All right, good afternoon, everyone, and all those who are watching on live streaming, and welcome to senior staff and councillors. We will be doing acknowledgement of country, but just to let, before I do, just to let everyone know that the next meeting of council will be under Zoom. Councillors feel at this stage more comfortable with being under a Zoom meeting conferencing. With that, can I ask Councillor Whipper please to open the meeting with acknowledgement to country?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land and to pay my respects to elders both past and present. And I would also like to extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders that may be present today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. I'll read the civic prayer. Almighty God, from whom comes every good and perfect gift, we give you thanks for the blessings you bestow upon us in this Shire. Grant to those who hold office in this council the spirit of justice and truth, of wisdom and charity, that mindful of our responsibility, we may promote the welfare of your people and advance the common good. Amen. There are apologies is from Councillor Marquardt, which has been recognised, but would somebody like to move that? Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Andrews. Put it, all in favour, those against, carried. Adoption of previous minutes. Would somebody like to move those minutes?
So moved.
Councillor Whipper and secondly Councillor Turland. Any discussion on the correctness? Then I put the minutes all in favour. Against.
Mr. Mayor, the correction. I put my hand up.
All right, yes, correction in what page?
Mr. Mayor, I lodged two council declaration of interest forms and they haven't been accurately reflected in the minutes on items 9.2, 18.3 and 12.1, where I put in quite specific non-pecuniary detail in those. And I would like those words that are in the non-pecuniary to be picked up and put into the minutes.
Okay, so what section, I'm on page number 5. What wording do you want altered?
On matter 9.2,
Worded the way that you put in your declaration of interest. Is that what you're saying?
yes, which I read out precisely.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful.
Then if that's the if that is the feeling of the meeting,
No, Mr. Mayor,
Councillor
Nelson, I think you should check with Councillor Scandrett with what particular wording he wants to put in the minutes, because it might not be correct, might not be suitable. I just double check on that.
The forms were
Mr. Mayor,
lodged with staff.
yeah, Mr. Mayor, can I just say this, that the Act's pretty specific on this. In other words, it's the onus of the individual that made that declaration to ensure that it's correctly in the minutes. And it's very clear in the section of the Act. So in other words, it has to be done, is what I'm saying.
Then the wording, we will adopt the minutes subject to the wording of Councillor Scandrett's declaration, which will be submitted to the next council meeting. All right. So is that understood? So we are adopting the minutes subject to the correction as identified by Councillor Scandrett, which will be then put in into the final next minutes.
Next minutes. Okay, we'll see that again. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if that's the case, Mr. Mayor, there should be some notification there that that's what's happening, rather than in these minutes, the corrections in these minutes.
if you look at the screen, that be adopted a correct record of the proceedings of the meeting, subject to the wording of councillors' declarations to be, now I've just had word from staff, it should be next, not nexty. It should be, which will be clarified during this meeting. So-
There's
That's exactly what has to happen, Mr Mayor. It has to be
Yeah.
resolved during this meeting.
Yep. So,
there's the forms, Mr Mayor, and they're quite specific. And I wouldn't want to not declare anything, councillor Nelson. So there
I'm
are,
not saying that. I'm just make sure the wording's right. Councillor Scandrett.
this,
indeed,
the wording that councillor Scandrett has submitted will be placed in the business paper for endorsement at the end of this meeting.
Correct.
and it's in the tape as well.
Subject to that alteration or extra, the minutes be adopted as correct record, subject to. Somebody, so we will be voting on that. Is that understood?
Yes.
All in favour?
All right.
Aye.
Okay. Now we will be moving on to declarations of interest. And there, at this stage, there is no need for declarations of interest in Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My rescission motion 18.1, that the development application determination of refusal for the dual occupancy detached development at Redford Park. I've got a less than significant conflict of interest, as I do own a corner block. It does have a granny flat on it. It is attached. It is not subdivided, but I've got less than significant conflict of interest. I'll be staying in the chamber and I'll be voting on it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Scandrett.
Mr Mayor, item 19.1, Code of Conduct. As the Code of Conduct alleges that I brought council into disrepute with references to Station Street and upgrade, I'll be leaving the meeting when this item comes to council. So that's a non-pecuniary significant.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Okay, so if that be the case, we move on. There's no mayoral minute. We go on to public forum, which is question with notice 22-2020 pinnotes of the northern entrance to Barrel. Maria Clark will address council against the development. Now is
Mr Mayor.
Ms. Clark will be being joining the meeting in the
Mr Mayor, I think you'll address Vari Clark is the correct.
Barry Clark. Sorry. Barry Clark. I'm sorry. I'll say.
Vari's the president of the biggest branch of the Southern Highlands outside of Sydney.
Andrew, thank you. Ms. Clark, you have the floor, and you've been briefed on what the time frame is and whatever, so away you go.
All right, fine. Thank you very much indeed. All right, thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors, for giving me this opportunity.
We can't hear you. You'll have to speak up.
I'm sorry.
Come closer to the camera.
Can you see my camera? Can you see me now?
Yes, we can see you. We're just hearing you. We need to hear you.
We can't hear you.
Oh. Okay.
Come closer to the camera.
You'll have to come closer to your microphone on the computer.
All right. As I say, can you now hear me?
Yes.
If you
Is that
stay
better?
there,
Right. Good. Okay. Well, here we go. All right. Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for giving me this opportunity to speak briefly on this particular matter. Now, my name is Vari Clark, and I'm chairman of the Southern Highlands branch of the National Trust in New South Wales. And in this capacity, I represent more than 850 local trust members. And on this occasion, I'm also speaking on behalf of the local branch of the Australian Garden History Society. Now, council's proposal is to remove the pin oak trees on the western side of Station Street, which indisputably provide a unique entrance from the north into Bowral. These pin oak trees have an historic as well as aesthetic significance, which were recognised by the National Trust when these trees were listed on their register. These pin oaks were planted along Station Street and Mittagong Road to celebrate the coronation of King George VI in 1937 by local school children, Girl Guides and Boy Scouts. The removal of 8 of them would certainly remove the significance, and planting 5 new trees would not restore it. Their value has been recognised by the National Trust and the Australian Garden History Society. Both these organisations have called on Council to list the Northern Gateway with its pin oaks and camellias as a heritage item under Windsor Carapi's LEP 2010. These requests have not even been acknowledged by Council, let alone investigated. These pin oaks and the camellias are not just an avenue of trees and pretty flowers. They signify to everyone that they are entering Bowral. Council's proposal to replace these 8 pin oaks with 5 trees at the southern end of the avenue would certainly not achieve this. The arborist Robert Smart, engaged by Council, stated the trees on the western side are suffering from dieback, not that they are dangerous or likely to die soon, or in fact before the trees on the eastern side of this avenue. These trees, like so much of our landscape, is currently suffering from several years of low rainfall and drought. With due care, we are professionally advised they will recover. They are viable and community asset and cannot be replaced. It is still time to fully consider and work out how this cultural landscape can be considered for future generations, even if this means changing the plans for the northern end of Station Street to retain the current alignment by using traffic lights instead of high capacity roundabout at this northern entrance to Bowral. We and you are aware that there's a large number of local residents who do not belong to either the National Trust or the Garden History Society, but who oppose the destruction of this iconic landscape at the northern entrance into Bowral and will strongly oppose Council's intransigence on this matter. Thank you all very much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Thank you. And it's public forum, so no questions can be asked, as you probably agree. But thank you very much for your presentation. We will now move on to the next presentation, and it's a question with notice in relation to 23-2020 Venture Playground Park at David Woods Fields. And Mr. Adam Jacobson will address Council against the recommendation. Mr. Jacobson, are you close to being there? There you are. Welcome, Mr. Jacobson. Your time, you are aware of the time frames and everything else, so away you go. You now have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, councillors and General Manager and staff, and of course to the community who are watching. Thanks for the opportunity to address you on item 17.2, the Adventure Park at David Wood Sporting Fields. I'm a resident of East Bowral and an advocate for improved play spaces in our shire. When I read the response to Councillor Turlin's question in the agenda, I felt that you would benefit from more understanding in how expectations have been set for residents in both Redford Park and East Bowral regarding the provision of an adventure playground. The Redford Park development included a VPA, voluntary planning agreement, that allocated $200,000 in 2015 money to be used to improve the playground, add embellishments and extend the car park at David Wood playing fields. Those funds have not been used as yet, and as far as I can tell, they have also not been indexed against inflation. Lot buyers in the new Redford Park estate were presented with a plan for an adventure playground on the empty land next to David Wood playing fields. The plan describes 2 distinct play areas, a large adventure area for older children and a separate fenced-off area for toddlers. The existing small playground next to the field's amenities building was to be converted to an exercise equipment area. Residents in the East Bowral area, south of the playground, also became aware of this plan. 5 years later, we have a problem with expectations. Between council conducting a very popular playground survey and the draft playground strategy being currently exhibited 2.5 years afterwards, a lease has been granted to the Southern Highlands Bridge Club for 21 years to build a clubhouse exclusively for their use on that empty land. And while nobody would begrudge the club wanting to build a home, all of you as councillors approved this lease 13 months after the conclusion of the playground survey, but without the benefit of a playground strategy and possibly without knowledge of the Retford Park VPA or the proposed adventure playground. Now that empty council land will likely not become an adventure playground that Retford Park and East Bowral residents were attracted to. It will become a building used by one community group. Meanwhile, the existing small playground next to the sports building has been fenced off for over 6 months in a state of disrepair, with the closest playground for Retford Park kids being nearly 2 kilometres away towards the Botanic Gardens. Despite the many families surrounding the land, there's likely going to be no integration of exercise equipment as suggested in the plan. The VPA monies have not been spent, and simply put, the community expectations around the use of this land have not been met. Councillors, I urge you not to just note the response to this simple question that Councillor Turland has asked, but to actually dig deeper. Please ask to be provided with the original adventure playground plan, the VPA details, letters from residents, photos of the state of the current playground, any correspondence about the lease from residents, and council's referral of the lease to the Office of Local Government. So when the playground strategy comes back to council, the more informed you are about this land, the better you will be able to steer that strategy towards our community's expectations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jacobson. And again, being public forum, there will be no questions, but thank you very much for your presentation. And good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to 18.1, notice of rescission motion development application, dual occupancy detached and subsequent subdivision, Sir James Fairfax Circuit, Bowral. Mr. Alan Robertson will address council against the proposed development. Are you there, Mr. Robertson? Good afternoon to you, sir.
Yes.
You are just being put on audio.
We're just waiting for that.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm there.
You are. You have the floor, Mr. Robertson. So go for your life.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you for once again giving me the opportunity to address you this afternoon. The executors of the estate of the late James Fairfax AC has been granted permission by the Land and Environment Court to join with the council to seek to defeat an action taken by the developer of this site to have council's early decisions to refuse the DA reversed. The executors took the decision to join the council on the basis of verbal legal advice. That advice has now been confirmed in writing, and a copy of that letter has been forwarded to each councillor by email. I draw your attention to the detailed advice in that letter and will highlight the conclusions. Included in the papers for the meeting on 24 June 2020 was a lengthy report from the town planning advisor to the developer. Included in that report are statements of opinion which are presented as if they were facts, and they were just statements of opinion. I plan to mention one of those. Page 2 of Hickson's letter summarises clause C 2.6.2 of the Bowral Township Control Plan 2010. That clause requires that all buildings on lots of less than 900 square metres, and the subdivided lots in this DA would be 570 and 500 square metres respectively, should have a minimum setback from the street of 4.5 metres. but can have a setback less than that if it will complement or enhance the quality of the existing streetscape and will not compromise the amenity of any proposed or existing dwellings immediately adjacent to the proposed development. Number 40, Sir James Fairfax Circuit has two boundaries with two other lots because it is on a corner, both of which are in excess of 1,000 square metres, where the minimum setback is 6.5 metres and have already been built on. Neither of the proposed designs for 40 Sir James Fairfax Circus offer even the minimum standard 4.5 metre setback, as each of them offer only 3.2 metres. In neither case can this be justified on the above criteria, although the planning advisor to the developer claims that they do. So that's a matter of opinion stated as though it's fact. The neighbouring lots, both of which have been built upon, have setbacks of over 6.5 metres, which is double that proposed for this lot. Note that the smaller setbacks and smaller sized lots proposed would be on a corner and have building frontages which would sit well forward of the buildings on the two adjoining lots, which are on either side of the corner. Just envisage that. Councillors, I believe that you have visited the site as I have. If these two houses were allowed to be built on that corner, the street vistas looking down Ginnagulla Avenue towards Sir James Fairfax Circus or looking along Sir James Fairfax Circuit in this area would show a streetscape with good setbacks of 6.5 metres or more until at reaching a protrusion, like a pimple, be spoiling the streetscape on the corner. I ask you to consider that vision. The proposed new developments would simply not enhance the quality of this existing streetscape and would in fact compromise the amenity of the two dwellings immediately adjacent to the proposed development and streetscape and amenity of neighbours generally. Those neighbours have been in touch with me and have expressed their strong objection to this proposal for reasons that include this one. The BDCP is very clear in its description and intent of its objective on front setbacks in clause B 2.6. The size and consistency of the front setbacks is an important element, it says. Front setbacks also provide the opportunity for a spacious and well-designed area of private open space which engages with the street and can be used for both active and passive recreation. The objectives of these front, I'm still quoting, the objectives of these front setbacks controls are to A, ensure the front setback of new infill is consistent with the existing streetscape, and B, provide area for trees and vegetation to enhance the streetscape and provide privacy. This proposal meets none of these objectives or principles, I suggest. It is fundamentally inconsistent with an important character element of the streetscape. It provides minimal opportunity for a spacious, well-designed area which engages with the street. It does not ensure that the front setback of the new development is consistent with the
Mr. Robinson.
It does not provide areas for trees and vegetation to enhance the streets.
Your time
On
has,
these matters alone, the proposed development appears to be contrary to the BDCP and should be rejected by council.
thank you, Mr. Robinson.
To page 4 of the letter of legal advice.
Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson, your time has expired, sir. Mr. Robinson, thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation and your passion for the debate. So thank you very much. You'll be public forum. There are no questions from councillors, as you are aware. So I bid you farewell and a good afternoon. Thank you, councillors. We now have Mr. Paul Samolsky, who will address council in support of the development. Mr. Samolsky, you are being put on live stream. Good afternoon to you, sir. You have 5 minutes to present your case. So you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
That's it. Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, councillors. Today is the 5th time my DA has come before you. Therefore, it does not need any further introduction. I'd like to thank all council staff and management for their ongoing efforts with this application, which commenced in May 2019. Their commitment and advice has been invaluable. On the 24th of June, the DA was finally approved. However, a rescission motion was submitted soon afterwards by 2 disgruntled councillors. This is frustrating and costly, not only just for me, but also for the ratepayers of this shire. And here we are again, this afternoon at further expense to all. I'm of the opinion that my DA was politicised. It was active pre-COVID-19 and before the September 2020 elections had been cancelled. One councillor was even handing out his business cards to the handful of objectors outside the council chamber following the DA's refusal in October. I am left feeling discriminated as my proposal is not the first dual occupancy in the estates. I asked the question, why weren't any other dual occupancies called up by councillors? The DA has no impact on any item of heritage as the estate is not even heritage listed. The proposal is fully permissible, which adheres to the Bowral Development Control Plan and the local environmental plan. Qualified council planners confirmed this fact in a report stating, I quote, "The assessment included in this report confirms the development meets the LEP and DCP provisions." End quote. This statement has been the common theme on all 4 occasions the proposal was assessed. Each report prepared by different council planners has endorsed the DA for approval on every occasion. The DA was assessed on its merits, taking all relevant matters into consideration, as well as objections submitted were deemed unsubstantiated. Furthermore, the estate guidelines, while they do not mandate for compliance in the council controls or the 88B instrument, on page 11 actually referred back to a directive for compliance with the council's DCP, in that the DCP prevails over the guidelines themselves, not the other way around. As these guidelines are general in nature, they do not include a section specifically applicable to dual occupancies, nor was there a prohibition of such developments. Allow me to read the information conveyed to me from the estate, which councillors have been sent on 2 separate occasions. The only way in which the design panel can consider a dual occupancy of the existing lots is if the lot was subdivided in the first instance, so that a single house was proposed on each separate allotment. Of course, a subdivision of the existing allotment will first be subject to council's approval under its current planning codes at the time of lodgement. We are aware that council allows subdivision of corner allotments in certain circumstances. Mr. Samolsky would need to take his own advice in relation to this proposition and its likelihood of success. Councillors, that is the advice I received from the estate in March 2019, which was to basically seek a council DA consent in the first instance. So this is the route I have taken. In any event, the 4 consecutive reports with a conclusive recommendation for approval, it would appear, at least to the public, with all the relevant information that councillors need in order to finally approve the DA and reject this rescission motion. I do not want ratepayers to incur any further costs in relation to this DA or personally any more grief. However, without an approval today, I'll continue with the ongoing proceedings in the Land Environment Courts where natural justice will be served. It has never been my intention to use the Land and Environment Court as a mechanism to seek consent, especially when the proposal has received endorsement from the council planning department. I'm hopeful that my efforts and willingness to have an approval granted outside of the court system is recognised by councillors. I kindly ask for the continued support of my proposal and stop the obstruction of compliant and permissible DAs which are counterproductive to the recovery phase from COVID-19 and the bushfire disaster. This is a bipartisan effort by government to stimulate economic activity, especially the small business sector. Councillors, as a ratepayer and proponent, I encourage you all to vote today on planning principles, not personalities, the principle being it fully complies with the planning controls of the LEP and DCP. I will conclude by sharing a quote by council staff from the most recent reporting on this DA. Quote, the proposal is considered satisfactory with respect to the locality's character and amenity with regard to the relevant provisions of the LEP and DCP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stavolsky. You did your research 5 minutes to the bell, sir.
I did indeed. Thank you.
Thank you there. Thank you for your presentation. As public forum, as you know, there are no questions. So thank you for your time and good afternoon to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
We now move to 18.2, notice of motion 22-2020 Playhouse renovation, and Mr. Stephen Cheers will address council in support of the recommendation. Good afternoon, Mr. Cheers.
Oh, good afternoon. Have you got me?
Yes, you're coming through loud and clear.
Right. Thanks very much.
You're fine. You know the rules, whatever. Away you go. Your 5 minutes commences, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, staff who might be listening. I'm speaking in favour of Councillor Turlin's motion 18.2 to accelerate the repairs to the Mittagong Playhouse. Just a little bit of context. I represent the largest theatrical user, Highlands Theatre Group. There are many other groups that use it as well, but I'm only speaking on behalf of mine, which we've recently discovered, courtesy of the Barrel Free Press, did its first performance on February 6th, 1885, although we don't think any of our current members were there. Now, since the closure of the Playhouse, the council staff have been nothing but supportive. We've asked a couple of times for some assistance and it's been forthcoming. We're very grateful for that. Mr. Ian Greaves has been in touch, keeping us updated on the progress of the repair, or the plan at least. Not a lot has happened so far, but some things have, and we're very grateful for the relationship that we've been enjoying with council staff. I want to emphasise too, in context, that we've been approaching this, and I make this representation to you in a non-antagonistic manner. We have no interest in being antagonistic. We haven't solicited our mailing list, which is several thousand, to try and build up a public sentiment. We want to go about this peacefully. Having said that, I really do want to speak strongly to the motion that the repair to the Playhouse be accelerated. I'm very aware, and I've read the staff's comments about the amount of capital works that's being done over the next 2 to 3 years in the Highlands, something like $70 million. A stadium at Lackey Park, the council chambers, the animal shelter, Barrow Memorial Hall. I'm aware that all these things are in the capital works list. I'm also aware that people like the indoor stadium at Mossvale, have got interests they want helped with, the botanical gardens, the regional art gallery. So the Playhouse, in one sense, is in that pot. And in going through the comments from staff, it's quite clear that that's the case. There's 5 references to this motion about capital works and how many things need to be done and extra costs if something should be brought forward. So my main point I really want to make, and I know I'm about halfway through, is that I think it's erroneous to view the repair of the Mittagong Playhouse as a capital work. It's a repair. And there's a difference. A capital work, by definition, I actually looked it up, works undertaken to create new assets or spaces, change the use function of an existing asset or space. If I could draw a comparison why this is a repair, if you just wanted to think about what would happen, or what does happen when one of the pools is out, or let's say vandalism hit Lackey Park or Mittagong Showground, or there was a toxic weed growing on one of the grounds, it would be dealt with as a repair. It wouldn't be thrown into the pot as a capital works, because it's a public asset that's being used regularly, as Mittagong Playhouse does get used. So I think that's really, it can be seen as semantics, but it's not really. It's a definition that the repair of the only theatre, the only public theatrical space in the Highlands, is in need of repair. We're not building a new one, and we're not changing it greatly. We just want to be able to use it, and within 2 to 3 years. And to draw another comparison, should any of those facilities, let's say, one of the parks was out, well, you go and use another one. If one of the pools is closed, you go and use another one. We've only got one theatre. We can't use another one. We're going to private building owners, and we're putting on performances there, but we're totally at their mercy should they change their mind or change the arrangements. We need a public space. I don't think it's a long bow to say that, theatre is good for community health, for mental health. A lot of people use it, and we only have one facility. So I can just imagine, if one of the parks was out for 2 to 3 years, the outcry that you'd get. I suspect it wouldn't quite be as polite as the way I'm putting this to you today. I think you might be confronted with something else. So just to summarise then, I really believe it should be brought forward. If the increase in costs, as estimated there, was $200,000 to bring it forward from 1 year to from 3 years, I reckon that's a bargain in a budget of $70 million. I reckon it's an important facility, and I just also want to affirm our intention to continue to work constructively in a non-antagonistic manner and not just sit on the sidelines and shout abuse. Thanks for your time. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cheers. And again, well presented, sir. And as you know, no questions as it's public forum. And again, thank you. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, and we will bid you farewell.
My pleasure. Thank you, Councillor.
We now move on to 18.8, notice of motion 29/20/2020. Motion Argyle Middlegong and Mr. Paul. We now move on to 18.8, notice of motion 29/20/2020. Waiting with you. Could you turn off your live stream in the background, please?
Hello, can you hear us?
Right, so the TV's off in the background of the live stream, otherwise we get a delay. All right, so you have the floor, sir. You've been told the regulations, so you have your 5 minutes commencing now.
Thank you. Look, we appreciate the opportunity to speak at this meeting. We're just a mum and dad. We're not trying to advocate. We just want to explain our position. We applied for a small road closure in May 17, so it's been going for the last 3 years, which is the amount of time and money that we've spent on this thing so far is crazy. We don't want to be adversarial, and in fact, the ladies that we've been working with in the property department have been fabulous, really. So this process has taken forever, and I don't understand why the process has taken forever, but it's nobody's fault. And then we also got caught up in the change from Crown lands to council as part of the process. We received, everything was going along fine. We had an issue with the actual survey that was required to be done. We were advised it was going to be $1,500. It ended up being just over $10,000. So we're kind of heavily invested in this process already, unfortunately. We received the council, the Optian valuation back, and I think it was April 19, and that came back significantly more than what we were the prices that we were guided to as a starting point. And it's not just the price that we pay, it's also all the additional fees and things that are associated with it. So it's not really a commercial transaction as far as I can make out. When we received the high Optian valuation, we got an independent valuation from one of the local reputable valuers, and it came in at 5 times less than what the Optian one was. So we're dealing with $60,000 versus $10,000. I asked the valuer why the difference was so big, and they listed off a number of different things. The first thing being the difference between a real valuation and a desktop valuation, a difference in methodology for valuation, The difference, one valuation was done assuming there was a building entitlement on the road that we're trying to close, and one didn't take into account the fact that there was a couple of easements going across that land. And you've got to put it into context. It's like 150 metres of dirt road, and it washes. We've spent a fair bit of money trying to maintain it ourselves anyway, because it's the only access we've got onto our home. We went back to council asking if they could please explain to us what the difference was. And that's when this kind of weird adversarial kind of behaviour started. We never actually received anything other than the fact that apparently a phone call had brought and council was sticking to the Optian valuation. And bear in mind, we weren't trying to, as I said, we weren't trying to argue, just wanted to try and understand what was going on, because one valuations came back at 9,500 and one came back at 62,000. We basically went back and forwards a couple of times, and I've got all the emails here, respectfully asking for some information to advise why. And we were just basically told that, no, council was, they were happy with the Optian valuation and all the other, the Knight Frank valuation, which is a qualified valuer, they were just going to ignore that one because there was no reason to. So this went back and forwards. We met with council, we met with the chief financial officer, I think, and I was told in no short order that I wasn't allowed to get a third value, because I said, why don't we just get a third valuation? This is crazy, you know? And I was told, no, you can't do that. And then the matter basically stalled, and we have invested about $15,000 into this, which was originally going to be $5,000 to $10,000. So it's kind of, we're in kind of no man's land at the moment. I went back and I did get a third valuation, and the third valuation came in at $9,900. So again, supporting the fact that a difference in methodology and a difference in the fact that one, the Optian one, the one that council wants to stick with, is basically saying there's a dwelling entitlement there, and the other one saying, look, there's no dwelling entitlement and there's easements. We would just respectfully ask council to take a fresh look at it and just give us some kind of ruling on it. The last thing I want to make is the fact that I am aware of other road closures in the area, and they're all coming in significantly less.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Your time, your 5 minutes has expired, sir. So I think councillors will have got very much the gist of your debating points there that you've raised. So public forum, there is no questions to you. But thank you very much for your presentation, and we will bid you farewell and get on with the council meeting.
Can I just make one last point?
No summing up, I'm afraid. So that's just the rules under the Code of Meeting Practice as laid down by the Office of Local Government.
Thank
So
you.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. We now move on to the business paper, and we go to 11.1, proposed road closure, unnamed road of Barrelera Road, Woodlands Falls. Councillor Nelson. You've muted yourself, Councillor Nelson.
Happy to move.
Moved, seconded.
Second.
Seconded.
Yeah.
Councillor.
Just say too, Mr. Mayor.
Any discussion? Councillor Halstead.
Yeah, look, I'm concerned to see before this is put, and I'm not suggesting it be changed, but I certainly hope this one reflects the real value. In other words, the market value of land, as distinct from what might be, this minimal shoot from the hip value that some people seem to think that closing a road is some sort of burden to council, and it's clearly not. It has a value as operational land, as no doubt the admin know. I just make that point very clear. Hopefully, Mr. Mooney can add to that if that's the wish of the council.
All right, do you want a comment from Mr. Mooney, Councillor Halstead?
Well, only if he's there and he's ready for it. Otherwise, I just hope that's a
He's
comment
there.
that will be taken on board.
Yes, he's ready to give an explanation. Councillor, Mr Mooney, and it was seconded by Councillor Whip. Mr Mooney.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. Councillor Halstead, in response to your question, that's correct. When undertaking valuations with respect to proposed road closures, we very much take into consideration adjoining land. To consider a road with its within its existing state doesn't necessarily reflect how it will be used in the future. Valuations are obtained to ensure that where a community asset is disposed of, that we obtain maximum community benefit from the disposal of that asset.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Mooney. Councillor Turley, oh no, Councillor Scandrett, I think, was first, and then Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On page 3, it says there that we will public notice of the proposed closure. As staff have previously advised, that would be now, mostly via the internet, using our advertising there. Mr Mayor, I'd like to ask that this include a mail out to all the rate addresses and the property addresses in that area.
Yeah. Through you, Mr Mayor, I need to make a correction to the statement made earlier on today. I've since, as I stated, Councillor Scandrett, I took that question on notice, and I've since been able to ascertain that we will be doing an adjoining neighbour notification regarding the proposed road closure, and that will be sent to by post to the adjoining property owners.
Thank you, Mr Mooney, to both the actual property address and to the rates address, because we do have some absentee landlords down there.
Mr Mooney.
Thank you, Mr Mooney. That'd be great.
Okay, so subject with a recognition, Councillor Turley, then Councillor Nelson.
Yep, the question that I pose is that the fee for the subdivision or for the road closure is borne by the applicant, and the money that is received goes to the government, not the council. Is those correct, those 2 points?
Mr Mooney.
Through you, Mr Mayor, partly correct, councillor. It depends on the road and whether it's a formed road or not. The first part, the application fee, correct, that does come to council. However, if a road is unformed, then any proceeds from the sale is essentially vested in the Crown. If a road is formed or partially formed, then the sale proceeds come to council.
Right, thank you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Okay.
I thought I was next, Mr Mayor.
Okay. You go, Peter. You go.
Look, Mr Mayor, I moved this because I wanted to point out to the community. It says on page 4 that council officers have no substantive reason to oppose the closure of the 2 segments of the road and the potential future sale of to the applicant. The subject roads are partially formed council public roads which are not maintained by council. As the roads are partially formed, if the road closure is ultimately approved, it is expected that the roads will be vested in council and the proceeds from the sale of the partially formed roads will be paid to council. So I'm reading in that there's no underhanded proposal to purchase the roads for development. So I'm happy to go with this recommendation and trust that the owner is aware of what the cost of the roads may be to him. Thank you.
Councillor Nelson. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question to Mr Mooney with regard to the assessment value by a valuer. Is there an opportunity for that to be challenged by the person buying it if they feel unduly that it's highly overvalued considering the land it abounds? Have they got the opportunity with regard to that?
Yes, I do. Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I do, councillor.
All right, we are in debate. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further debate on it? Then I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please raise your hand as it's a property matter. Carried unanimously. We move over to 11.2.
So moved, Mr Mayor.
Seconded, Mr Mayor.
Lachlan, is there any discussion?
I think, oh, well, you're going to speak to it, Larry?
Yes,
I'll just speak briefly, Mr Mayor, if I could. This is a proposal that came forward from the Robertson community, led by the Robertson Garden Community Garden Incorporated. There's been a desire within the village of Robertson for many, many years now to actually establish a community garden. And I think the only thing that was holding the community back was identifying appropriate land. So this application, I think, has a lot of merit. And the process now is that it will go on public exhibition and come back, and hopefully we can proceed to create this environment where we can bring people together. It'll provide a lot of opportunity, not only for people, able-bodied people within the community, but also people with a disability. So I think it's quite a socially responsible and community-minded project, councillors. So I'm happy. I'm hoping you're supporting this so I can go on exhibition and come back for ratification.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Councillor Tillman. You're muted, Councillor Tillman.
There'll be a water meter put on. Who will be responsible for paying for the water used on the garden?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to answer that question through you. Councillor, the proposed lease would be issued in accordance with Council's policy position for leases and licences for not-for-profit and community-based organisations. With respect to water, that would be seen as an outgoing that would be borne by the community group.
Thank you, Mr Mooney. Yes, we have the Moss Vale Community Garden Group. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you. Just a question. If there are other community groups within our towns and villages that put forward, and I think this is a very good idea, they could come through and make applications similarly to set up other community gardens within the Shire. Mr Mooney?
Through you, Mr Mayor, of course, we would welcome any application and we would consider those applications not only on its individual merits, but on the availability of land within the particular town, village or location for council to be able to provide that. It's unfortunately not always as straightforward in some of our village areas, but certainly we would welcome any application and would assess it based on its own merits.
Thanks, Mr Mooney. Good answer.
Okay, now, councillors, we've got a long way to go through this business paper.
Yep.
Can I suggest that once somebody has moved it, there has been a presentation, then questions can't be answered other than for a clarification.
Okay.
So otherwise we will be getting ourselves caught up in questions during debate and we will not get through it. So the motion is moved by Councillor Whipper and seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. Put it all in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, carried unanimously. 12.1, page 12, corporate strategy and development services. I think seeing this as the operational plan and budget, I think it would be appropriate to have a council introduction. Mr Mooney. You'll have to unmute yourself, Mr Mooney.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe Ms Lidgard will lead the beginning of the staff presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms Lidgard.
Thank you. Councillors, you'll recall at the council meeting on the 27th of May, council resolved to place on public exhibition the draft operational plan and budget for 2021. This report is to advise council of the outcomes of the public exhibition and recommend the adoption of operational plan and budget and revenue policy. The operational plan and budget was exhibited from the 29th of May through the 26th of June. Due to COVID restrictions, the exhibition was done online. and community feedback was sought from community via email or online form. Approximately 2,750 registered users of our engagement platform were alerted to an opportunity to comment, and e-newsletters were distributed to over 1,800 subscribers. We also notified over 185 community contacts, 63 village associations and chambers were also notified. And information was included in our community update. We also had 3 radio announcements, 2 newspaper columns in the Southern Highlands News, 2 Facebook posts, 1 tweet and 1 media release. For this exhibition period, we did receive 75 submissions, and these submissions addressed a range of issues. The 5 most prominent themes related to funding allocation towards a multi-purpose indoor sporting facility adjacent to Lucky Park in Mossvale. There was also feedback on climate change, requests for funding to be allocated to the upgrade of netball facilities at Erridge Park, and also feedback on various matters related to the environment levy. Finally, there was support for the capital replacement and relocation of the Wingecarribee Animal Shelter. So all the issues raised in submissions are summarised in attachment 1 to this council report, and this also includes responses from staff in relation to those submissions. All the submissions received during the public exhibition period have been reviewed and given due consideration. There are no proposed changes to the operational plan and budget. I'll turn over to Mr. Moody now to talk about the budget.
Thank you. No, we'll let Mr. Mooney do his address, and then if there are any questions to either of the council officers. Mr. Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Lidgard. Councillors, this report alongside Council's operational plan presents the 2021 budget and revenue policy for formal adoption. Councillors, the 2021 budget and forward estimates have been presented on the basis of a balanced budget. Council's cash expenditure budget for the 2021 financial year is 158.4 million, which includes an investment in capital expenditure of 68.8 million. Councillors, changes to the 2021 budget since it was placed on public exhibition include the COVID-19 funding measures endorsed by Council in May 2020, a number of capital expenditure adjustments to reflect grant funding received for Old South Road rehabilitation, the 2021 Black Spot program. Councillors, in adopting the 2021 revenue policy, rating income for the upcoming financial year will increase by 2.76%. This is in line with the IPART approved rate peg of 2.6% and an additional 0.16% increase, which relates to Council's Crown Land Adjustment application. Crown Land Adjustment application relates to newly rated lots within the Renwick subdivision, which were previously non-rateable. Councillors, the 2021 budget and forward estimates includes the continuation of the environment levy with $1.425 million in scheduled works and programs identified for the upcoming financial year. A similar increase of 2.6% has been applied against water and sewer charges and waste management charges for the 2021 financial year. It is important to note that Council has not increased its pricing structure for its waste services and water usage for the past 4 years. Councillors, there have been a number of minor amendments made to the draft fees and charges to take into account changes announced by the Office of Local Government for annual permits for non-desexed cats and restricted bred dogs. Interest on overdue rates has been set by the Minister for Local Government at 7% per annum. However, this will not come into effect until the 1st of April 2021, as Council has suspended all interest on overdue rates up to the 31st of March 2021 as part of its COVID-19 financial relief measures. Councillors, the long-term financial plan has been updated as part of the 2021 budget and is provided as attachment 2 to this report. The review has been undertaken to ensure that decisions made as part of the 2021 budget do not create significant financial challenges in the long term. The plan also contains key measures which demonstrates Council's performance in managing its budget both in the short and long term. Councillors, all key measures are trending positively over the short and long-term outlook of the long-term financial plan and are within industry benchmarks. As outlined within the plan, the present economic outlook Council has factored into its long-term financial plan is that the steps taken by the federal and state governments to contain the COVID-19 pandemic will not result in a long-term deterioration of Council's financial position. Councillors, it is important to note that the projected increase in the emergency services levy, a statutory contribution imposed on councils by the New South Wales State Government, has not been included in the long-term financial plan. In the absence of any further financial support by the State Government, it is estimated that the impact of this statutory increase would be a shortfall over the 10-year period of $3.1 million. Councillors, in summary, this report steps out the formal resolutions which Council must adopt under the Local Government Act to formalise the rating structure and ensure budget supply for the 2021 financial year.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. Are there any questions? Councillor Tolan and then Councillor Scandrett.
On page 22 of this report, Civic Centre rectification work of $2 million. Is that already built into the $9.6 million budget we've put forward for this, or is it in the 6.9 building contract that we've awarded? What is a rectification work on the Civic Centre?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the loan borrowings associated with the Civic Centre roof rectification works have always been part of the funding strategy for the Civic Centre rectification works. That is factored into the $9.2 million budget.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mooney, you stated that you don't see any significant financial challenges in the long term with this proposed budget. Did you take into account the community position at the moment of some financial stress?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I need to clarify my comments there. My comments were made in relation to the long-term financial plan and Council's position with respect to the broader economic outlook, and that it has taken a position that the current steps being taken by both the federal and state governments will not result in any long-term deterioration to Council's financial position. Councillor, as is the case with all councils, we face many challenges to continue to meet the expectations, the growing expectations of our community, and that is something that we deal with on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. I'll be moving a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. Any other questions to Mr. Mooney?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mooney, it's always a challenge, isn't it, to meet the growing needs of the Shire, but job well done. I wanted to ask a question, however, in relation to the exhibition. There are a number of submissions that raised a question around climate change and how we're going to actually allocate funding to bring about some actions in relation to climate change. So could you just maybe speak to that a little bit as to how we're going to achieve that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, given that those comments largely related to the public exhibition, I may defer to Ms. Lidgard to provide a response to that question. Councillor Whipper.
Thank you.
Mr. Mooney, Ms. Lidgard.
Okay, thank you. There are 8 delivery items related to climate change in the operational plan. One of those is a climate change emergency response plan that will be developed by council. So that is one of the things that we'll be doing, and also in making sure that energy management actions and climate change adaptation actions are still being undertaken by council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Then recommendation is on page.
Mr. Mayor, I flagged a motion.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper.
Mr. Mayor, I flagged a motion.
Mr. Scandrett, yes, Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the rates rise of 2.6% not proceed, and that the matter be deferred for 2021, and that the matter be deferred to the meeting of the 22nd of July so that staff can prepare a report on adjusting our expenditure accordingly.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor, correction, Mr. Mayor, or point of order. I think it's is it 2.76? You said 2.67.
Well, you're quite correct there, and I'm happy to have that inserted.
thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, then I would be moving an amendment from the chair, the recommendation as printed. If I have a seconder. Councillor Andrews, thank you. Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was only earlier this week that a report in the Herald said that over 1 million households in Australia are already suffering severe financial stress in terms of electricity bills. And they're forecasting that 1 in 5 households by September will also be some concern there. In terms of our overall position, we've got $182 million in reserves. We've got a very big works program, Mr. Mayor, at the moment, which has been acknowledged. And it's been acknowledged that we don't have the capacity to do some of the projects that are muted. Well, I say at a time when our community are battling at all levels, have been impacted by various events since last year, drought, then bushfires, then COVID, and again, COVID now with the resurrection of the Victorian scene. I think we should defer the rates impost. We put up the rates for the last 4 years, a total of 45.3%. And a lot of people in the community have said to me, well, that's fine. You had that special rate variation for infrastructure renewal and repair, but you've lost various areas. And one that comes up all the time is the Berrima Road deviation, where we lost a grant of 4.6 million. Now that equates to about $164 per household, councillors, that we are having to replenish to get that project back up in the future. But if you look at the reality of this budget, it also adds about $118 per property to the ratepayers' overheads, because we're increasing our user charges and fees. So it's significant imposts on already battered ratepayers, where other councils are saying, right, we're going to trim our sales to suit the situation. We're going to reduce our expenditure. We're going to adjust it to balance with our income. We want a balanced budget. And we will go out there and say to our community, yes, we're sharing the pain with you, and we are not going to increase the rates for the 5th in a row. Now, Councillor Gare, I've only been on council 8 years, but in the 26 odd years you've been there, there've been a lot of rate rises. And I think people are now looking for fiscal accountability on waste, fiscal waste, and also responsible management on our both sides of our balance sheet. So, councillors, I'm proposing that we do trim the sales. The report that I'm asking in my motion that comes back to council in 2 weeks' time would be a report that suggests how we can adjust our expenditure accordingly with the dropping of those that rate rise. I'm not suggesting that we change our fees and charges particularly, but I do note that we are increasing those on average 2.5%. I'm suggesting it's the base rate that needs to be trimmed, and let us have a rate holiday for the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, just briefly speaking against that motion. Look, council had to raise its rates to catch up, and that would have been done in your time, Mr. Mayor. And those rates were increased for 5 years. And then we had the infrastructure catch up, where we've just finished that, and the rates have gone from 9% down to the 2.76. Now, I remember when council didn't raise the rates for 3 years in a row under the leadership of Councillor Reynolds. However, the pain came back, Mr Mayor, because we had to raise the rates to catch up again because we fell behind significantly, and that translated into not being able to do the works that council could have done. Secondly, what projects are you going to cut if you don't increase the rates? So Councillor Scandrett hasn't mentioned any of that, and that is a flaw in his argument. Thirdly, what letters of support are there that from the community that said no rate rise? This is just a bold, some sort of flash in the mind of Councillor Scandrett that we don't have a rate rise. So I can't agree with him, and I'll be voting against it, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor, no other councillors willing. Councillor Turl and then Councillor Whipper.
When the previous council, as Councillor Nelson would remember, did not take up the, I think it was about 3.5% pegging rate back in those days, it was due to other reasons. We are now in a situation where COVID-19 has only hit us since March the 23rd this year. And I think we have a responsibility to actually try and help some of the Shire's residents by reducing, or by not taking up that 2.76%, I think it is. We didn't know that COVID-19 was going to hit us 3.5 months ago. It wasn't on the cards. But when the previous council, back many years ago, didn't take up the pegging rates, that was a different story. There was no recession, there was no COVID-19, there was no drought. It was a decision by those councils at that time when they made that decision. And what they did, they caused the problem of why we had to have the special rate variation. Now, when we did the special rate variation, and I must say, Danielle, you did a fantastic job on it, it was because of we needed to catch up what other councils had failed to do, collect the money for infrastructure, renewal and maintenance. That is not the case now in 2020. We're in a new world, a big world, and every institution is tightening their belt. Every institution, from banks, other councils, you name it, they're all tightening the belt to survive COVID-19. If you think that that small amount back to the community will not help them, you're in la-la land. Any pennies will help the community, which actually pay the next claim that's going in next is the councillor increases. Amazing. And here we are, we won't give back to the community what they're paying towards for let them help to survive. I just find it extraordinary if we do not allow Councillor Scandrett's motion to go forward. It is only for 1 year, and it's the best we could do for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd have to vote against the motion. I think the arguments that Councillor Turlin put forward are the arguments that I would use in supporting an amendment to that motion, because it may only be for 1 year that we defer these rates, but we've just had those recollections from Councillor Nelson. It was before my time on council, but that rate pegging was deferred, as you correctly say, and that caused an enormous amount of strain for this community. And we had to introduce 2 hits of rate rises to actually catch up. And on the second occasion, when we put special rate variation out there, we gave a commitment, a promise to the community that we'd deliver certain projects. We're in the process of doing that now. So I think we need to continue with that and honour that commitment we've made to the community. We did take those rates from the community. If we defer now, I believe that the motivation for that deferral all those years ago was probably based on the same motivation as today, for political advantage. But look at the cost that came with that. I think we need to be physically responsible and, you know, stop looking at council and this community as a cash cow for everything that goes wrong in the world. I mean, electricity was cited, the rates in electricity, so many other things that council have got no control over. COVID-19, yeah, it's a global catastrophe. But why should council be the cash cow to try and sort of correct all those errors? The state government, the federal government have got responsibilities, and we've got responsibilities. And we have to monitor those responsibilities to our local community. So to put the council in future, that pass the impost on to future generations, I just can't agree with that. We've had experiences of that, and this is not the time to do it.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Councillor Halstead, then Councillor McLaughlin.
I can tell you now, I'm not being the slightest bit political in supporting, for example, the motion that's been put by Councillor Scandrett. But to be quite frank, this is different. And as much as Councillor Whipper might want to go on about it not being any different than the cash cow and all the rest of it, I actually feel a lot for the local ratepayers, which I'm sure all of you do in one way or another. But we have to get serious. And quite frank, I'd support a zero rate rise in the 1 year. And it's got nothing to do with about any new election or any, you know, reference to what might have happened in the past. The fact is, people out there are hurting, and it's not just the bottom 5 or 10%. It's everybody. Everybody out there is hurting to some extent. And I quite frank think that any rate increase this 1 year is preposterous.
Thank you, Councillor Halstead. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yep, look, I don't like paying rates. Like everyone else, I'd rather not pay rates. But if we're going to keep up our infrastructure, if we're going to keep our services to the community, as Councillor Whipper said, we did go out to the community and we explained to them why we needed to lift the rates to bring up our infrastructure. This all sounds nice, and certainly there will be people hurting, but a lot of people are still in work, and council does have the opportunity for people that are in financial trouble to come to council and arrange things. So it's not as if we're out there to penalise those people that have lost their jobs, but generally I'll have to vote against this motion. I don't want to pay more rates, but I think it's responsible that we keep up with, you know, what our budget, what we want to do for our community. Our community agreed that we would increase these rates to catch up. If we start not putting on this, what we're allowed to put on, this small rate rise, we slowly fall behind. And as Mr. Paul has often said, we never catch up. We never catch up. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Nelson, you've spoken.
Yeah. Is there anyone else want to speak? I can speak in favour of the amendment.
Yeah, I think I've
only got a 5-second question to the councillors.
Excuse me, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Andrews hasn't spoken, then I'm going to speak. I really don't want to go around the table again. We have a big agenda that we've got to get through. Let's see if we can get through it. If you wish to speak, you're allowed to. I won't stop it. That's democracy.
Thank you.
We will see how we go. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, this motion, history proves as well as common sense that it'll, without a doubt, will cause more grief than a 12-month relief in rates. So I obviously, as a seconder, will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. And yes, look, I'm supporting the amendment, obviously, because I moved it. And before I say anything, to Mr. Mooney and to Ms. Lidgard, a job well done. It is a big budget. It's the biggest capital works program we are going to expend money on. There has been a push by councils that we have to get jobs. Well, the motion that has been put as carried, there will be jobs being cut because we won't have the expenditure for our capital works. The line that I think all councillors should read is at the bottom of page 15, and that is council's consolidated fund is presented as a balanced budget. Isn't that good? Not in deficit, knowing that we're going to lose $2.5 million of projected income, not because over the next 10 years we're going to have to pay $3.5 million more in emergency fund levies. This is a balanced budget under very dire circumstances, and as such, councillors who have spoken have recognised the wherewithals of the previous councils that have not kept up with inflation and have not taken the responsible step of keeping ahead of the game. So to those councillors who have spoken in support of the amendment, I say thank you very much. Yes, there is going to be an increase, and it is at a bad time. I don't deny that. But to put the head in the sand and say, let's just put it away for 12 months, to me is irresponsible, and as such, I'll be supporting the amendment as the recommendation. And again, I say to councillors, we had 3 information sessions. 3 councils on one of those information sessions chose not to attend, and yet they are in the building. That was the first and the most important one. I have seen this over 26 years on about 24 occasions when the budget has tried to be blown up on the day of delivery, as opposed to the arguments that have been put forward now were not put forward at our last briefing session. And that to me is looking at political advantage. You had your chance. We went to the community as a council unanimously and said, this is our draft budget. This is what we want to implement. But no, on the day of reckoning, on the 11th hour and 59th minute, and I've said this before, there is an attempt to bring it down. And if we do what the recommendation says, please go to the last page where it says on page 26, a council must have a plan in place before the beginning of each financial year. Must. A council operational plan must include a statement of the council's revenue policy for the year, and the date of rate charge must be made before the 1st of August in the year. You want to break the rules and regulations set down by the Office of Local Government, you go it on your own, because I won't be part of it. Your right of reply, Councillor.
No, Mr. Mayor, I just need to speak in favour of the amendment, and I want to draw on your point, because apparently when the budget was considered at an information session, when the nitty-gritty of the budget was considered, councillors Turlin, Scandrett and Halstead were absent but were in the building. So let Councillor Scandrett explain that one away, because where does this brain explosion come from at the 11th hour? It's unbelievable that it's happened. No mention of it anywhere. So I'll leave it up to Councillor Scandrett to explain himself away.
You're right to reply, Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Nelson, maybe you've been asleep, I don't know, but there's a jobless rate now of over 7%. And as of 2 days ago, when Victoria was shut down again, it's going to explode. The Premier for New South Wales stated yesterday that it is likely to flow on here. You remember the pain we were in the bushfires, well, the drought actually. I'm sorry, have I got the floor here, Mr. Mayor? Somebody, Councillor, start the microphone, please. Councillor Whipper.
Somebody in the background in your room, Councillor Scandred, because I haven't heard anybody.
I have a closed room, Mr. Mayor. Anyway, the door is closed. Mr. Mayor, the budget needs to be responsive to what's happened in the last few months, as Councillor Turland has put very eloquently. The biggest.
We've had a brain explosion.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I'm getting.
Councillor Halstead.
I think Councillor Halstead has his mic on and he's not in front of the screen.
His mic's off according to my screen. Look, I'm being interrupted. Isn't that interesting? We want to have a true debate. Councillors, we're worried about the current state of our shire. People are hurting big time. We're having a great run in the last 3 or 4 weeks with tourism rebooting, but it won't make up for lost money over the last 6 months. Now, an example, Councillor Nelson, of what project would I attack?
Don't make it personal.
Well, you did. You asked me. You asked me quite precisely, and I'll say Station Street, which has exploded by 500% in 3 years in terms of the ratepayer contribution. It's now 10.626 million. For what? But it's a big project. It's soaking up over 80% of our transport budget. For what? For one local thing. And all that we're saying here is let's go back and review those projects, right? Particularly now the brickworks are going to close to move to Berrima. Let's look at that. Let's put that on the shelf. So if you want to adjust the budget, there's one just to start straight away. I mean, this is a very big impost on ratepayers for the 5th year. I'm saying freeze the rates for 2021. It's as simple as that. And we therefore need to cut our cloth accordingly. Now, I've suggested in this motion the staff can bring a report back at the next meeting, and it certainly will be the next meeting, on what projects might be deferred that could, and what expenditure could be reduced.
Councillor Scandred.
I can't hear, Mr. Mayor.
Your time has expired.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I spent a minute trying to get that going at the front.
You, Councillor Scandred. I will put all those in favour of the amendment to please raise their hand. Councillors Whipper, Andrews, Councillors Whipper, Andrews, McLaughlin and Nelson and Gare. I declare the amendment carried. The amendment, are those against? Amendment, Councillors Scandred, Turland and Halstead. I declare the amendment the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. The same way with Councillors Scandred. Are those against? Councillors Halstead, Turland and Scandred. I declare the motion carried. We can now operate as a council for the next 12 months.
I don't think so.
Thank you. 12.2.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask before we start that we get all councillors to turn their buttons onto mute so that none of us are intervened by other councillors when they're talking. We don't allow it when we're in the chamber. We should not allow it when we're on Zoom.
Correct.
It's not good enough that you allow others to intervene when other people are talking.
It's
I agree with you, Councillor Turland. I think that should be remembered by all councillors. Okay, 12.2, fees payable to the Mayor and councillors. I'll ask Ms Lidgard to do a introduction to this, please.
Thank you. So the purpose of this report is to advise Council of the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal's determination under section 2.41 of the Local Government Act 1993 in respect of annual fees payable to the Mayor and Council for the 2021 financial year. Under the Local Government Act, Council may fix an annual fee to be paid to the Mayor and councillors with the tribunal's determination. In setting the fee, council may fix a fee that is equal to or greater than the minimum, but not greater than the maximum for the appropriate category. If council declines to fix a fee, it must pay the appropriate minimum fee as determined by the tribunal. Section 239 of the Local Government Act requires a tribunal to determine the categories for councils at least every 3 years. A review of categories and the allocation of councils into each category has been undertaken this year. For metropolitan groups, the tribunal has determined to retain the existing categories and has amended the population criteria for metropolitan large and metropolitan medium. For non-metropolitan groups, the tribunal has created 2 new categories, which are major strategic area and regional centre, and renamed one category, regional city, to major regional city. Wingecarribee Shire has previously been allocated to regional rural category. We have now been allocated to a newly created category, which is regional centre, together with 23 other councils, including Shell Harbour, Shoalhaven and Wallandilly. Among the considerations for this is for councils being allocated into regional centre is they would have a minimum population of 40,000. So pursuant to section 241 of the Local Government Act, the annual fees to be paid to councillors and the mayor effective from the 1st of July 2020 through to the 30th of June 2021 has been determined as follows. The councillor fee is to be within the range of 13,820 up to 24,320 per annum, with the same fee paid to all councillors. The mayor will also receive an additional fee above the councillor fee within the range of 28,750 to 60,880 per annum.
Thank you. Questions to Councillor Scandrett, then Turlin, to Ms. Lidgard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you advise, Ms. Lidgard, whether the budget we just approved, or 5 of us did, includes funding for this stipend increase, which will take the mayor's salary to 80,360 and councillors up to 20 odd thousand plus 4,000.
Mr. Mooney, I think, should be directed to this question.
Yep, more than happy to, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, what is provided for in the now adopted 2021 budget is a proposed fee increase of 2.5%. Anything beyond a 2.5% increase on current remuneration fees or councillor fees will require a budget adjustment at the next quarterly review.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. So other projects will suffer if
No, you're making a statement. This is for questions.
Making a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, no, Councillor Turlin, then Councillor Andrews. You've muted yourself, Councillor Turlin.
I know we get $20,285. That was the last statement I've just got. So council's $5 out in their mathematics on the sheet. Can you tell me what the mayor allowance is currently now? Now, I know what the councillors get now because I'm one of them. What does the mayor get on top of now?
It's approximately $40,000.
This is on top of the 20.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's $44,250.
Sorry?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is $44,200.
You're talking about interrupting. Let Mr. Mooney answer the question. Mr. Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. The additional fee payable to the mayor in the 2019-20 financial year was $44,250.
That's all, and that is clarified. It's on top of the 20.
Correct.
$20,285.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move the recommendation option 1.
I'll second that.
No, I flagged a motion. Thank you.
I'll
Councillor.
second that.
I flagged a motion.
To accept councillor Andrews' motion.
I have flagged a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, councillor Standard, for once,
Point of
you're
order.
not going to be first in. Councillor Andrews has moved a motion.
I have flagged. I'm moving a motion, Mr. Mayor.
You're moving.
You want to run
a
over me roughshod, right? It's self-serving interest, but I flagged it quite clearly. The tape will show it,
Oh,
right? If you
councillor
want to be a bully boy, which is what you're doing at the moment. a bully
Scandal,
boy,
I have accepted. You can move an amendment, councillor Scandal.
I said that I'm going to move a motion. I made it quite clear, Mr. Mayor. Now,
And
you
you
want to
can be
accept
as
that?
clear as you like, councillor Scandal, and you will be muted if you continue on arguing with the chair.
What, neutered or mooted?
You will be. You'll be.
I can't believe what you're doing, Mr. Mayor.
From the meeting.
Oh, well, there you go. Another bit of bullying.
Your amendment, please, Scandrett.
Yes.
Councillor, excuse me.
Okay.
There is comments before by a councillor saying that councillors should not interrupt. And they should put their microphones on mute when they're not speaking. Now, maybe you take a little bit of note of that intelligent comment.
So, Mr. Mayor,
No, excuse me.
I thought I just got told to move this.
Will you mute him, please? Now, councillor Andrews, your recommendation.
Option
I have an amendment.
And seconded by councillor McLaughlin. Right.
I have an amendment. I have an amendment.
An amendment. Councillor Scandrett, are you moving an amendment or is councillor Turlin?
I'll move it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. And that is that option 3, that we don't increase the fees for the mayor and the councillors. And I have a seconder.
Seconded.
Right.
Seconded.
Councillors, we are in debate. Councillor Andrews, do you wish to speak? You've muted yourself, councillor Andrews. Councillor Andrews, you've muted yourself.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, thank you. To say I'm surprised would be an understatement. Look, this doesn't need debate. I don't need to debate my recommendation, so I leave it as it is. And if I need, I'll have a look at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the staff have just pointed out that option 3, if carried, will reduce everybody's fee as well as what it is now. I'll ask Ms. Lidgard to explain that as a clarification. Then councillor Turlin has the floor, then councillor Nelson, then councillor McLaughlin.
Option 3. Yeah,
Option 3. Minimum for the new category.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Minimum for the new category.
We will be looking up, just for a clarification, so everybody's aware what has been moved.
So it would. Yeah. So page 19, the attachment.
Mr. Mayor,
No, just wait, please. So the councillor fees is if option 3 is carried, the amount will be for the mayor, for the councillor.
What I can see here, Mr. Mayor, is 13,820.
So you take a pay cut of $7,000 if option 3 is the recommendation, just so you're aware.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
the allowance will come back accordingly as well.
I'll correct my motion to clarify that, Mr. Mayor, and that is that council not change the existing fees to councillors for the period 1 July 2020 to
So that is option 2. Is that correct?
no, it's
No.
maintaining the status quo, and I know that councillor Turner is comfortable with this, So we've clarified that is to leave the fees unchanged. There you go. Right?
Okay, well, just be aware that when you move recommendations, that you are aware of what you move.
Yes, thank you.
All of a sudden, you didn't want to take a pay cut of 7,000, but you're happy.
I want to leave the rates where they are, and I don't want to have.
It's all right, Councillor Scandrett. I just wanted to clarify that you don't want to lose any money. You don't want to take any less. That's all.
I don't want to put my nose in the trough. No.
No, Councillor Scandrett. I know that.
Good. Happy to speak.
Councillor Nelson had the right, and then Councillor McLaughlin, then Councillor Halstead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to foreshadow an amendment, and that would be that the matter be deferred to the next council meeting for further consideration.
Okay, so that is a foreshadowed motion. You can't speak to it, but that will be your recommendation, your amendment if either of the motions don't get up. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, why I support this going forward is that I think it's important that people understand the amount of work that's required by someone to give up a day every week. And I'm hoping in the future there'll be younger people and people that are of working age can actually participate in giving up time and not be financially disadvantaged. Look, for 12 years I've been on council and I've received 2.5% CPI increases. Now, this is not us calling this. This is the tribunal saying we are entitled to it. So the tribunal usually don't overpay people. This is the tribunal, and we are a level of government that doesn't get any superannuation, that is required and is at the call of this community to take phone calls, to investigate, to look and to advocate. The amount of time that someone, a younger person, a woman who might have to put her children into childcare, I think it's only reasonable that a certain stipend be allowed to be paid to councillors. I think anyone that denies that councillors should not be paid a reasonable amount of money for their time. Maybe they're grandstanding about we don't want to take it. Well, I tell you what, I don't mind not taking it for myself, but I'm thinking of the future. I'm thinking of people that are going to put their hand up at the next election, that will put their hand up with the idea that they can afford to take a day out of their working life, if they can manage it, to run for council. Shake your head, Councillor Scandrett. That's fine. That's fine. You can do what you like. I think it's very important. It's very important that the community know that the local representatives on this level of government are paid a pittance by all measures. The state government, the federal people. Okay, we're butchers and bakers and candlestick makers. We're not full-time politicians, but we do work hard for this community. And I think it's only reasonable that this allowance be allowed to be taken by the councillors coming forward into the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Halstead.
Look, I take exception to the sniggering by Councillor Nelson for starters, and to some extent yourself, Mr. Mayor, when you went on about Councillor Scandrett not being prepared to take a cut. You all know full well my position, and that's been to leave things as they are each year that I've been on this council, and that's not politics. It's exactly what I want to do, and we've had Nelson go on year after year.
A point of order, Mr. Mayor.
No, there's no
point of order. I did not snigger.
Councillors, you will use the
not
title. Thank you.
Let me carry on. That is that option.
Do not use the surname. You treat each other with the entitlement you're supposed to be treated with.
Councillor Nelson, and he was sniggering before, and he said he's not. But anyway, that's beside the point. Let me finish, will you? That the fact that for years now I've said I don't want a rise, and Nelson Councillor Nelson has been continually saying you can't do that. Well, what worries me is that with option 1, it's going for the maximum fees. I know it's written in there, and people need to understand what that means, not the minimum fee. And in any case, whatever you decide, I'll be going down the same line as I have in the past. And that's not political or being political. There's no doubt some of you will think, and that is I'll donate mine to a local charity, as I have done. And that's the way I will go, and that's the way I will vote. And I'm entitled to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, every year, unfortunately, we have this debate every year, and it brings out the best and the worst of the locally elected representatives. I don't know why any councillor would undervalue the role that we provide to this community. I think, you know, we said there was a statement that we're taking the maximum amount of money. Well, really it is work for the dole rates that we're experiencing. But I believe that the community get maximum value out of every councillor in this chamber. And we go above and beyond. And Councillor McLaughlin said putting aside 1 day a week. Well, I think he's being very humble, because I don't know, when I've given 1 day a week over to council business, I think it consumes every day of my life, working life and nightlife and weekends. We're doing something for this community. Why would we undervalue that role? Why would we get into bickering like this over a few shekels? I really don't understand it. We have to value the job we're doing for this community. Therefore, that'll be reflected in the way we're perceived by the community as well. It's really a nonsense, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Councillor Turland.
I'm still waiting to speak, Mr. Mayor.
I haven't seen your hand up. I'm sorry, Councillor Scandrett. You have
I moved an amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, but I think you have addressed you have spoken on.
No, haven't.
Councillor Turland.
Do you want to let him speak first and I'll go next, or after? What do you want to do?
Well, I'm not sure. I've given you the floor. It's up to you whether you wish to speak or not.
Oh, no, I wish to speak, but I'm just trying to get the platform organised. Yeah. Look, we've just increased to 2.6% of our rate rise in COVID-19, the worst ever pandemic we've ever had. And bushfires earlier this year, which were disaster at our shire, no doubt. We had drought, bushfires, COVID-19, all in the 1920 year. We're now going to increase the councillors' rates at 2.5%, which takes the mayor allowance now up to $80,000 and the councillor to $24,325. There's $5 difference between my last statement of the financial year and what's provided in these sheets. So every year it comes up, but every other year we didn't have a drought, a bushfire, a pandemic. We're saying 1 year only that we hold our line to support our community. Every year I'd said the same thing, not interested in taking any rate rise or councillor payment wise. We are doing less now than we have done because we are not face to face. We are not meeting from 9 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday right through to 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the days that we're not having a council meeting. We started at 1 o'clock today. We normally start at 9 and 10 o'clock. We've not visited one site since COVID-19. Not one. And I understand why. But you now want to say we want more money for doing less work. Absolutely extraordinary. The other thing is, some councillors haven't even turned up to probably half the meetings they should have. But they're still quite willing to put their hand out for as much as they want. That has to stop. We are not doing the work we used to do in the last 8 years as a councillor when we didn't have COVID-19. You all know that. But then you just still want to touch up the community for more money. Absolutely disgraceful. Not 1 cent have I charged in the last 2 years for travel or anything in relation to being a councillor. Now I can go on the webpage and I can see how much the other councillors have taken, usually up to $6,000 and $7,000 per year on top of their $20,000. I find it disgraceful. The public will make a point of this tomorrow. You wait. You councillors want to speak on the radio tomorrow, and we'll see how many you think you're worth now in COVID-19 doing half the work you used to do. Disgraceful. $80,000 for the mayor and $24,000 per councillor. No wonder we wanted the previous motion to come forward about the rate increase. It was to fund this, to fund the councillors lining their pockets with more money. Disgraceful.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson, Turlin. There's something I just think, and I'll speak, that councillors should be aware, is that I'm sure council approached the tribunal and wanted to get our status as a council, rural council, upped, because we felt that we have gone from a rural council to a regional centre council, and that was upheld. With that, and because of the extra, and Councillor Turlin's right in a way, but I tell you my workload hasn't dropped, and I would suggest the only time that it has dropped was in April, and I was only in here once or twice a week. But the workload, and I'm not trying to advocate a wage increase, a salary increase, whatever, allowance increase for the mayor. But back in 2008, I made the comment when I addressed one of the local chambers of commerce that the Shire is getting big enough to have a full-time mayor. And I am getting more of that belief as time goes on to do the job properly. The amount of time and effort that goes into trying to do the job correctly, and I would suggest I spend at least an hour to 2 hours every day on answering emails, which I do. Every email is answered. And some response given. But Councillor McLaughlin, and I've heard councillors over the years say, we get paid pittance. We don't get what we are worth. And to try and get, and Councillor McLaughlin is dead right. We are a bunch of old men virtually on this.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I'm the youngest in the room.
We are a couple, maybe a little bit younger. But everyone around the table is virtually, to the degree, retired. Where are the young ones coming through, and what is the attraction to try and make the appeal of young ones to get onto council? And I was speaking to someone yesterday who rang me up in relation to the Moss Vale basketball stadium. Said, I'm not retired yet. I can't do it. And how many other people have said, I can't afford to give up the day. And we know that we give up an enormous amount of time every week. You go away. I heard the criticism of councillors not attending council meetings as though you're not allowed to have a life. And that is so wrong. I don't know whether to support this or not. At the moment, I am very mixed because I see the arguments against that we seem to be taking a pay rise, so to speak, or are we just catching up as opposed to keep on going behind with what we are trying to do for the community. So I might want to think about this for another couple of weeks. And I want to get judge public sentiment. But I don't think sell yourself short, councillors. You give the time, you give the effort. We don't always agree, but you do it because you believe in it. And if you don't believe in it, you shouldn't be on council. And let people who do believe in it and do want to make a contribution and do want to be positive and do want to have an outlook for the Shire, let them come on council. Because council doesn't need cranky old men to be on council building up other councils and council staff. Your right of reply, councillors. Who moved the recommendation?
Councillor Scandrett hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, councillor Scandrett has the right now.
No, but the councillor Andrew.
No, he doesn't. It's councillor Scandrett.
Councillor Scandrett.
Mr. Mayor, 26 years on council, and you can't get the right of an amendment to be heard first. I don't believe it. Here we are, all talking about our expertise and our time and how we need to do more in the community. Councillor Turlin, to his credit, has nailed it. And that is, it's been a much lighter workload because we haven't been involved in a lot of activities from bushfires forward. I mean, look, councillors, some of us have very good attendance records. I have 100% over 8 years. Councillor McLaughlin, when I last looked, you'd missed 25% of the meetings this term. And well, let me speak. I didn't interrupt you. I mean, you're the Chardonnay socialist. I've said that before.
Councillor Scandrett.
No, but we're putting the rates up. We're putting the rates up. Councillors clearly want to pay.
You mute him, please. You are muted, councillor Scandrett, until you...
I'm not muted, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking, right? Mr. Mayor.
Now,
being a bully, Mr. Mayor.
Scandrett, you will rejoin the meeting with the knowledge you cannot call another councillor a derogatory term.
Oh, it was actually a term of endearment. I admire his aspirations. He buys good wines. Anyway, Mr. Mayor, we have a hole in the bucket syndrome here. You remember the song? There's a hole in the bucket, dear Liza. And that is, it's got holes in the bottom. Think Berrima deviation, 4.6 million. That's costing every property in this Shire $164 this year. But because we lost that $4.6 million grant. And we're just going to fill it up from the top. That's our solution.
Correct, councillor Scandrett. That is false and misleading.
It's my interpretation, Mr. Mayor. So
well, now you're saying it's interpretation.
My opinion, Mr. Mayor. My opinion is that 3.32 million, I think the number was, of what's going out with that $4.6 million loss with the rates, with the Berrima deviation, is being topped up by the 2.76 increase. And the same thing here. Here we are, we're filling up the bucket, right, at a time when we should be leading by example. We should be not having an increase in councillor fees. We should be helping our community, and we should be setting a conservative statement. Let me say this. We're all out there in the same boat. We heard about electricity. We heard about jobless rate increasing. Everyone's toughing. Well, no, not here. We're going to stick it up. I think, quite frankly, that the numbers are very revealing. We're proposing to put up the councillor fees, which normally go up $400 a year, and normally Councillor Halstead, Turlin and myself give that money away to charity. And
your time has expired.
It's 1,000%, Mr. Mayor. It's disgraceful.
Scandrett, Councillor Andrews, your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, the increase is minimal compared to, as Councillor Whipper and others have explained, compared to the workload of all councillors, including the mayor. And it's $56,000 all up, including the increase for the mayor. It's trivial. The tribunal have suggested this and suggested that it can be the maximum, which is the $4,000 for each councillor. 4 years I've been on here, in particular, Councillor Halstead and Councillor Scandrett have voted against this, and as is their right, and they've made it clear that they would donate the extra or the increase to charity, which is very honourable of them. Some of us probably can't afford to do that. Maybe I'm one of them. Now, for the hours that we put in, $24,000 for the 12 years, and do it gladly for 15, but there's an opportunity to have it increased to $24,000. It's more than reasonable. It's correct. And in closing, I really take offence, it's been a good friend, Councillor Turland, to suggest the 5 councillors or 4 councillors that appear to be in favour of the recommendation, my motion, are touching up the community by requesting this increase is bordering on obscene. And I note Councillor Scandrett in the background nodding his head in approval. Well, I thank you both for the compliment. Thank you.
Okay, we have the amendment as moved by Councillor Scandrett that the option that the fees stay as they are. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillors Scandrett, Turland and Halstead, those against? Councillors Gare, Whipper, Andrews, Nelson and McLaughlin. I declare the amendment lost. Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to foreshadow a motion that the matter be deferred to the next meeting in the hope that Councillor Markwart might be back and we could hear from him.
Yeah. Do you have a seconder? Councillor McLaughlin is seconding. Councillor Nelson, you now have a seconder. You can speak.
Thanks. As I was saying, Councillor Markwart is not here. I'd be interested to hear what he has to say, and that's why I was deferring. Also, I did talk to the finance department about some different scenarios that could happen with the various options, and I think they could be worked through and considered in conjunction with Councillor Markwart. Just for clarification, when Councillor Halstead said that I was telling him that he couldn't take a pay rise, that was actually when I worked at the council and he was in the position of mayor. So just a quick clarification there. I haven't been telling him that. I don't tell him what to do these days either.
No, I know
anyway,
that.
Thank you for that, Ken.
That's
so
all
I'll
right,
leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. That's my point that I'm raising.
Okay, any Councillor McLaughlin?
Yeah, look, I'm happy to support that sentiment, that amendment. I think it's important that we do have a full complement of councillors, and I believe that Councillor Markwart might be back for that next meeting. And as he's told us before, Mr. Mayor, I think he does live on his council stipend. So, I think that's only reasonable that he have the opportunity to vote on it. So I'm of a mind to support the amendment.
Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, that's very interesting. We could defer that. I mean, we should have heard this with the rates rise. Maybe we should rehear the rates rise again in 2 weeks' time. I mean, we are talking about moderating our income, our balanced budget during a time when our ratepayers are toughing it at all levels, I've had submissions come into me where people are talking about the fact that we should contain our expenditure, moderate it to suit our means. So I don't think we should defer this. I think we should deal with it now and kick it back and set an example to the community. No rise in councillor or mayor fees. And as I say, one of the crazy things with this is that the fee increase, the new differential for the mayor, is nearly 1,000% more. That's the increase for the mayor allowance. Now, it's not dissimilar for the rate. The ordinary councillors, normally we go up 400 a year, and we're going to go up 4,040. Again, 10 times, 1,000%. It's outrageous. How can we be setting an example for the Shire of moderation and not having to top up the bucket, which has got leaks in it all the way through? Let's work out what projects we need to just push back, what economies we can find in our general expenses, what other initiatives we can come up with. I mean, at this point in time, we've got no shovel-ready projects out there getting grants. That would have been a good way of reducing our expenditure to get income from the state and federal government. Anyway, I don't think that putting this off for 2 weeks, unless you're getting wobbly knees on this, Mr. Mayor, are you?
Thank you, Councillor Scandrett. Councillor Turland.
Do you want somebody to speak in favour before myself?
Nobody else has put their hand up at this point in time.
Okay, I think when you look at what the amendment is at this point in time to get Councillor Markwood back, it will not change anything.
That's
if
right.
Councillor Markwood votes in favour of the amendment, it still does not get the numbers, so nothing changes. If he votes in favour against the amendment, it changes to the fact that there's more councillors voting for the money, not against the money. There is no point in wasting another 2 weeks. The only reason why I think council will even think about waiting 2 weeks, that now Councillor Nelson and McLaughlin have put up, so they can see public sentiment to see what comes out. And I would bet you all the radio stations and the local media will be reporting on this movement. I apologise to you, Councillor Andrews and others, when I said what I said. I didn't mean it that way. I meant more the way that some councillors take every penny that they can on beyond, being travel, paper, whatever it might be. Councillor Halstead and myself have never charged anything in the last 3 years, I believe, by memory. I don't charge any petrol money, any phone money, any costs. I didn't mean it that councils touch up the community. I believe that when you go for every penny that you can go for and you're not in the chamber, that is unfair. If you are away, you should not charge. That should be the bottom line. But no, we go away or we're not well, and I get the unwell bit, but we should not charge if we're not doing the duty. We're not on wages, we don't have super, and in the real world, if you're a contractor, and that's what we are, if you don't turn up for work, you don't get paid. Bottom line.
Thank you, Councillor Turland. Councillor Whipper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm either way. I can support the amendment or go with the original motion, but it's what's quite unfortunate is that this has turned into an argument or a debate about money. And
Okay, who's in the background talking?
it's Councillor Halstead, it is. We can hear everything you're saying, Ken.
Is that right?
Exactly, yeah. So if you could just let me speak, please, Councillor Halstead. I find it quite unfortunate that it comes down to an attack on people's character and the fact that that it's all about money. And it's not about money at all. I think if we put a microscope on everybody's life around the table, it'd be easy to see what people do with their lives and how they contribute to community. And I think it'd be obvious to identify those that are probably doing it for less than the money and for a public service. That's the role of the councillor. So councillors, I don't know why these debates get dirty every year, particularly in the lead up to elections. They seem to get a little dirtier. And that's really unfortunate, because we talk about encouraging people to take on the mantle of local government, to become councillors, and we disrespect the process. I mean, how are we going to do that if we don't value ourselves, our role in community, and what we're doing, and the examples and the modelling that we set for those that want to come out onto council? So please, a bit of decorum, a bit of respect, a bit of kindness wouldn't hurt anybody. Let's just debate the facts and really value what we do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Look, I'm with Councillor Whipper. Doesn't worry me whether we go for a yes. You've got your right. You moved a amendment, Councillor Nelson, so you can't address. You muted yourself, Councillor Nelson.
Look, Mr. Mayor, I've heard the debate from Councillor Turland and Councillor Whipper, and I'd be happy to withdraw my amendment.
Okay, Councillor McLaughlin.
Okay, if he's, yeah, righto.
Yeah, in one way, I can understand why you've done this, Councillor Nelson, even though you're now withdrawing it. So there is nothing now to debate. So I now put the recommendation that was moved by Councillor Andrews and seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. So we have voted on the amendment. The amendment was lost. A foreshadow motion came forward. It was debated and then withdrawn. So we now have to vote on the motion. All in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Councillors Whipper, Andrews, McLaughlin, Nelson and Gare. I declare the motion carried.
I'd like my vote recorded against, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure there's others.
Yes, please. Yep.
And Councillor Halstead. There we go. 3 names against.
Thank you, councillors. 12.3, and that does not stop any councillor from donating their allowance to charity.
Or to a call flute manufacturer in 12 months' time.
Development applications, 12.3, page 31.
Move that way, Mr. Mayor.
Moved Councillor McLaughlin, seconded Councillor Andrews. Any discussion? I put it all in favour. Councillor Nelson, they're determined. Okay, all in favour, please raise your hand. Okay, carried. Councillor Turland's left the meeting. 4.4, development applications received. Councillor Halstead's left the meeting. The development application received. Moved Councillor Whipper, seconded Councillor Nelson and McLaughlin. Any discussion on the DAs received? Then I put and just so you're aware, the suggestions from the briefing session will be just done as way of procedure. Okay, Councillor McLaughlin.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
So I put the recommendation. All in favour, please raise your hand. Carried. We move over to DA's applications, page 52, 12.5.
Move that way, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, hang on, Councillor Halstead, he indicated that it was, he brought it forward.
Yep.
So he can move it, you can second it.
Yep, fine.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually requested this one come forward because I wanted to make sure that whilst there was an old policy rolling around and the new council wasn't aware of it, which is not another issue, but that with all these ones involving staff or councils, I think that, in my view anyway, they should come forward, and it's all about council being seen to do the right thing as well as doing it. And I've got no doubt here now this process has been followed, and that was what was going to happen anyway, and it was going to be dealt with by delegated authority. That's very thorough, and I certainly am quite happy to move that.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll put it all in favour.
Aye.
It's against, carried.
Planning matter, yes.
Oh, it's a planning matter, so we do have to show hands. You hold your hands in front of you, but near your chin. So we can see that, it's much better. Carried unanimously. 12.6, amendments to council's notification of development proposals policy and associated community participation plan. Councillor Turner, you moving it?
I'll move it.
Seconded. Councillor Nelson. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Nelson, Councillor Turner.
On page 96, councillors, if you may go to it for me, please.
Yeah.
Page 96.
Yes, we're just getting there. Councillor Turlin, sorry.
Right. When you read what IAP2 Spectrum is, Council's community engagement activity, and it goes inform, consult, involve, calibrate, and empower. These are the things that we should be doing on anything that council does. Not necessarily just the community engagement for development process. It should be for all of the things that we engage that this council does. You go to the next page, 98.
Why don't we do that? I thought we're just reinforcing that's what we do.
May I continue? May I continue?
Yeah.
Can I just suggest, there seems to be a bit of confusion here. Can I ask Mr. Pepping to introduce this, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the purpose of this report is to put up essentially the changes to the notification of development proposals, which was a policy adopted by council, I think about 18 months ago, if I remember correctly. From page 91 onwards, which is council's general community engagement strategy, that is something that is applied to all exhibitions of council's strategies and documents through assets, through community development, through infrastructure and the whole work. So, and I draw your attention to some of the aspects on there. Page 95, our approach, and it says council engagement is mainly planned for decisions and major projects which may have a significant impact on stakeholders. Smaller projects of a lesser impact and fewer resources benefit from a similar but less formal approach. And in the engagement planning process, consideration is given to the complexity of the decision and the optimal time needed for people to respond. Whilst legislation sets out minimum requirements for some specific consultations, each engagement process is considered on its individual basis and merit. And this applies to things like the floodplain management strategies and the whole work, where if the plan that we're dealing with is a much broader interest of the community, we would then advertise it to a much broader group of the community, and maybe a whole town or a whole village. So the purpose of this report is really only to deal with the development application notification process because of the amendments made to the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act earlier this year that removed the requirement that council must notify development, advertise development in local newspapers. And the purpose of the amendment was to allow councils, particularly those that no longer have locally circulated newspapers, to be able to notify such developments on an internet site, such as their own internet site, or the Department of Planning's planning portal. So that's the basis of that. Now, during the earlier on this afternoon, council felt that it would be appropriate to retain through local newspaper advertisements and all through advertisements on the New South Wales planning portal or the council's website. So particularly for large development applications, whilst there is a local newspaper circulating throughout the area, we would still be able to place in the public notices a notice advertising that particular development application. And I think based on the discussion we had earlier today, the recommendation I have reworded to reflect the council's wishes in that regard.
Okay, question, councillor Turley.
No, I haven't got a question. When can I continue with my debate?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware. So you're welcome to continue on. Councillor Turley has the floor, then councillor Scandal.
Okay. Now
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, please, questions.
You ask for questions, I put my hand up.
Yeah, question.
Okay. Question, I guess, to Mr. Pepping. What publications are likely to be in print, according to your knowledge at this point in time? I believe there's 2 at this. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, we currently have a procurement. We went out for expressions of interest about 18 months ago.
No. Now I'm talking about now, Mr. Pepping.
I'm just answering the question.
COVID crisis. How many papers are
You've asked a question. Please let Mr. Pepping answer.
So during that procurement process, Southern Highlands News were the successful media that got the contract with council to notify. When the paper was out of circulation in a print form, we had to revert to putting the required notifications in the Sydney Morning Herald because it was another newspaper circulating in the area. That's a very expensive situation for council to have to do that. So at this point in time, the Southern Highlands News is back in print. As I said, if council adopts this amendment to the plan, most development applications would be notified on council's website. For the ones that are deemed to have significant public interest, we could then place an advertisement in public notices under the Southern Highlands News, which we still have the contract with.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Pepping, there is another paper, 2 papers out there, I believe. That's one of them, which just arrived on my desk now, Southern Highlands Express, and there's another one, Latte Life. And I think we've got to go back out because COVID has changed everything. Now, we heard earlier, Mr. Pepping, that a subdivision, paper road out in Wambian Caves area, there's no internet out there. How are we going to get to those people?
So, councillor, this policy does not define which papers we go into. If council chooses to go out to market to seek a procurement process to advertise in, that is something for council to determine at a later date. What this is specifically saying is that we will still use a locally distributed newspaper. I'm not too sure what that newspaper would be, but we would still use that whilst ever it was available to us.
Well, we used to use 2 local newspapers, Mr. Pepping. My other question is, in terms of engagement, are you planning to use signage still on DA matters, on-site signage with those fluorescent signs?
So we put a site notification up where it's required to do so in accordance with the policy.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions in relation to councillor Turley?
Can you explain what stakeholders are for me, Mr. Pepping? Stakeholders.
Yes, councillor, through the mayor. Stakeholders are whoever would have a vested interest in the matter that's being dealt with. So, I mean, it could be a youth group, for instance, if we're talking about a youth strategy. It could be the arts community if we're talking about arts and culture strategy. It could be residents where we're talking about a floodplain management strategy. So stakeholders are the ones that have got a direct interest in that particular thing that we might be dealing with.
Okay. So may I continue now, Mr Mayor?
You, yes, if everything, no, it is a matter to get questions answered rather than trying to answer questions during the debate. So, yes, councillor Turlin, do we have? We have the mover and seconder, so yes, councillor Turlin.
As I said, on page 96, well, actually, if you go to page 95 that Mr Pepping has just read, community engagement is mainly the planning decisions of major projects which may have a significant impact to the stakeholders. And if you go to page 96, inform, consult, involve, collaborate and empower the community. And what I was trying to get at, and if you go to 98, there's more information of how we are to engage with our community. Community participation plan on page 99. This goes back to the whole heart of Station Street. We have not communicated with anybody with the major changes that have taken place. Now, here we are, I've got a document in front of me where it clearly says we should be. Page 95, read by Mr Pepping, clearly says major projects. We have not consulted with the major changes in Station Street. Now, so if we are going to uphold this, we need to uphold what council does in its own backyard of major projects. And that goes on to multiple changes like the Berrimah overpass, like the VPA that should have happened on the adventure park in East Barrel. All these things should be consulted to proper process. This is what this document's about. If it wasn't, it shouldn't have been in this agenda tonight, but it is. And it clearly says on page 95, community engagement on major projects. On March the 27th and then again on March the 29th, we have not engaged with the public on 8 pin oaks to come out. Only 2 we went to the public over 4 years. There's been no public engagement in relation to a 70 spot car park in Mittagong, except for what we keep on bringing up should be consulted to the people in Mittagong. Not one. Pushed through on the COVID background that we could not. It was an emergency. I am speaking, Mr Mayor. I am speaking.
No.
I am speaking.
To speak, then you make sure that what you say is factual and correct.
I am correct, thank you very much. You pushed it through as an emergency issue on the 27th and the 29th. What emergency did we have when we got 2 years to wait, or December 21, for the $7.5 million to be spent? Where is the emergency? There was none. Not one. This community engagement, clearly, on what you presented here tonight, we have not followed ourselves. That is the case. Bottom line.
Thank you, councillor Turlin. Any other speakers?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Yes, councillor Turlin, Nelson.
Nelson, thanks. I didn't know that we're actually talking about Station Street, but there's the finished product, Mr Mayor, on the screen now for everybody to see. So it will be eventually a good product that council will serve. But I did take the point that the staff made that we would be using the local newspaper and that the major developments would definitely be placed in the newspaper. So thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Nelson. Councillor Scandrett.
Well, Mr Mayor, in the spirit of Councillor Nelson's, I'll put these signs up. So I'm saying keep our parks, right? That's Station Street. Anyway, look, here we are. This is so much about what I've been on for 8 years, about proper communication. You heard me say earlier that with Whites Creek, we didn't write to the absentee landlords. This is a major problem. We don't do site signs unless it's a particular type of development. And here we are with Station Street, which constantly hasn't been communicated. In fact, I had people say to me on the weekend, we had no idea we're going to lose all the parking, parallel parking on Station Street. So the community consultation process has been a disaster. I think this is something we've really got to get right. And maybe we're going to have to go back to a workshop after this goes out on exhibition, once people have had a really good look at it, and say, what can we do better?
Thank you, Councillor Scandra. Any other speakers? Then I put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Carried. We move to 12.7, page
So
1.
moved, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to move this one.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper, and secondly, Councillor Andrews, I would think would be appropriate.
It is a good news story, Mr Mayor. It's
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, it's a good process. I think there are certainly some very worthy beneficiaries in the community that that put in some very valuable project submissions, and we went through those in some details, as you know, as chair of that committee, Mr Mayor, and Councillor Andrews did sit in on that as well. So I think there are going to be some very happy residents out there when they see the outcome of this process, and how we value their contributions and how we support that. So this is a good news story. It is about money, and it's in the public interest. So I'm happy to move the recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. Councillor Andrews, do you want to say anything on that?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor. Ditto, Councillor Whipper. But good, it was a good process.
It's now, you got it in a pink. It's now a public document after this meeting.
Yeah.
But there are, as Councillor Whipper said, some very good projects, and some quite large grants have been given right up to the maximum. And one of those, believe it or not, was putting on a stage appearance. Mamma Mia, they are receiving $7,000 to put on their play, and hopefully it will be able to be fully booked out when they do it. The Aboriginal Wellbeing Men's Wellbeing Group received $3,900. And one that is a bit close, I think, to everybody's heart is the Bundanon Bowling Club, who received $7,000 for rejuvenation of the bowling facility. And they are and have been working very hard as a community out there to try and get a community feel back into a community organisation. So we wish them all the very best. But to councillors Whipper and Andrews, again, thank you for putting in your time. We didn't have a harder job this year because the amount of requests was $160,000 as opposed to the previous year where there was a request totaling up to $250,000. So because of the COVID-19, it didn't go to all the community groups because of the of just not being able to meet in the formal setting of those committees. So to me, it is very good money spent, and I think, and I say it every year, the community and the council get so much benefit out of volunteer groups putting in their time to upgrade facilities and whatever, and sporting organisations. So thank you, Councillor Whipper. I will put the recommendation. All in favour, please raise your hand. Carried. Well done. Draft Southern Highlands destination plan, and I see Welcome Centre staff there ready to give a introduction. I'm not sure who's going to do it, Jan or Thank you, Dan. Can you give it an introduction, please?
Certainly. Councillors, Council previously adopted an economic development plan 2008 to 2016 and a tourism strategy 2012 to 2016. Given that tourism, like other industry sectors, contributes to the economy as a whole, in 2018, Council considered it logical to combine the strategies for tourism and economic development into a single Southern Highlands Destination Plan 2020 to 2030. Earlier this year, a background report was developed by Lucid Economics to inform the development of a draft destination plan. The draft plan has been developed to provide the blueprint to achieve the community's 2031 vision for the Wingecarribee economy over the next 10 years. It is recommended that the draft Southern Highlands Destination Plan 2020-2030 and the background report be endorsed for public exhibition.
Thank you, Jan. Any questions to Councillor Turlin, then Councillor Scandrett? Questions to staff?
The Economic Development Stakeholders Group, what input, if any, have they had in relation to this document to date? Have they seen it?
The key stakeholder group has not seen the plan. They contributed to the engagement, which councillors also took part in February, where the background report information was provided and there was a general consultation. The key stakeholder group also have only seen the presentation that councillors also saw about a month ago.
Thank you. Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Campbell, the role of the economic advisor, your group manager of tourism, sorry, Mr. Rosa is group manager of tourism. Hello there, Mr. Rosa. And of course, you are in that assistance role there. Will the Welcome Centre and you both be involved in future decisions and recommendations to council in terms of economic activity, because you are a separate business unit of this council? And to put this program in place, I'm wondering that you will be allowed to put up reports and the like, for example, the environment section does when there's related matters.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll take our direction from the General Manager and Deputy General Manager on that situation.
Thank you, Mr. Rosa.
Mr. Rosa, it forms part of the plan. Surely it's in the plan.
I think the staff have made their comment. Councillor Turlin has another question, I assume.
Yes, please. Yep. In this document, we know that one of the stumbling blocks is the development process for any development to move forward. For instance, on page 115, advanced manufacturing, professional business services. What's in this document to streamline in some form the job creation through the development process? There's nothing in this document, I believe, that shows how we can improve for job creation in this document through the development process. And when I go to debate, I'll explain to councillors of some of the problems that people have faced getting through the system.
Thank you, Councillor Turlin. Does staff want to respond to that?
Yes, through the chair. When we get to, I'm not sure what page it is in the, it's page 29 of the destination plan. I apologise, I don't have the page number in your papers.
141 in the business paper.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, item 2.3, supportive local planning controls. This is a priority activity under the place pillar. 2.3.1 and 2.3.2. And on page 31 of the plan, no, I apologise, the next page, priority 3.2, ensure efficient planning and development process. And there are another two priority actions under that, including 3.2.2, create a priority development approval process for projects that create local employment which proponents have access to. Examples there include a case manager, information regarding the process to ensure it is clear and transparent, and a fast-track development assessment process.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Then we have a recommendation, and beforehand, I'd just like to move Councillor Whipper and second Councillor Scandrick. To the team over there, it is a voluminous document with a lot of work that's gone into it, so well done to your team. The feedback, and in a question that Councillor Turlin raised, this now goes on exhibition, and I would assume that various key stakeholder groups can make submissions to it or recommendations, and what weight will those submissions be given when it comes back to council?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Jan will just sort of quickly just outline the engagement process from here, which is fully integrated and fairly immersive.
The engagement plan includes some of the more traditional avenues, as well as those that have been developed successfully under existing constraints. There's a media release prepared. I have a video underway to have on the website. The Have Your Say is very comprehensive, with probably 6 to 8 control questions, so that people don't have to free write a response. So from that, we will get a collation of responses to questions. I have a very extensive distribution list that's been gathered over the last year to email directly, including all those key stakeholders, business associations, the 70 odd people who engaged with the process in February. I have a couple of Zoom sessions to do a presentation in lieu of public meetings. They will take place during July, and making myself available for 1.5 days a week over the course of the exhibition period to be booked for 20-minute question and answer phone messages. I assume that on the end of all of that, the submissions and responses that will be collated together and reported back to council in the usual way, where they don't identify a particular respondent, but are aggregated by the types of responses under what topics they will have been presented back.
Thank you, Jan. Ms. Campbell, I'm sorry. Last question, Councillor Turland, or are you wishing to speak?
No, I just want to, we talked in our briefing session today about the flow charts of the visitation through the Shire on page 177, 76 and 78. Do we need to put something in the motion there that allows that to be, I think we talked about, if I'm right, Mr. Rosa, how are we going to transfer the update from 2019 to 2021 and so on? Do we need something in here in the motion that allows you to increase the amounts of the visitation over the next 10 years in this document? Remember we talked about, you were saying somehow you're going to flick it straight across. How do we do that? Do we get it in here or we put it in the document?
Through you, Chair, Mr. Mayor, to ensure that this 10-year blueprint for the region is fluid and can be updated regularly, we recommend that a notation gets made into the draft plan with an asterisk associated for section 2.5, the tourism overview, with the statistics that are based on the year ending December 2015, as they are the most current figures available through the federal government's tourism research arm, that we are able to update the visitation statistics on the Council's Southern Highlands corporate website on a regular basis as they come to hand, so that they are available to the general public.
So do you want in this? Do you want something in the motion, Steve? That's what Mr. Rose? That's what I'm getting at. Do you
No,
need some?
I personally don't think that's necessary. I think if the councillors are in agreement that Jan and I are able to update this document before it goes out on public exhibition next week, if you're happy with that, we'll just put an asterisk in page 16 of 2.5 that then highlights that these figures will be updated on a regular basis through
Thank you.
a particular portal.
Yeah, I
Thank
think that's a good suggestion, Mr. Rosa. Councillor Scandrett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My second question was just simply this. I note that the key stakeholders group, which includes our local MPs, wasn't involved after the initial consultation. What will be your consultation with Mr. Rosa as this goes on exhibition? Will you facilitate a workshop with them?
Through you, Mayor again, as Jan highlighted, she went through the process there. Key stakeholders are only one group of many groups that are key to the feedback. Jan will be making that available to them to provide feedback with them through the different forms. And they have already had a formal presentation undertaken to that particular group of the destination plan.
That's great. I think they'll need more than 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Rosa. I think we're in debate. Is there any need to debate? The questions have sort of answered any debating points. So, Councillor Turner.
I'll bring your attention to the reason why I bring up the development issue, and I know you've got it in now, we've gone through the pages that you explained where the statements are made. But what councillors need to understand that when a mistake's being made through the development process, the only way to correct it is through a 4.55 variation. 4.55 variation. There was a project here a year ago now for a bag company to come into Tyree's place and build a new building. It was a matter of urgency for 17 to 18 jobs. There was a $500,000 difference in the original DA, and it took 5 months for the 455 variation to be corrected by $500,000 minimum. That then frustrated the developer. He bolted. He did not stay. He could not. It was informed that there was a timeline that had to be done. It had to be building and completed by a timeline. Mistake was made by nearly $500,000 in Section 64 contributions. We lost 18 jobs. Now, why I'm bringing this up is because unless you understand the development process and there's an independent body that can take it through the process, not just council staff from the Destination Southern Highlands, things won't improve. How did we get out of by $500,000 and we lost 18 jobs on a clean industry? A clean industry lost. And there will be a few of those that are going around in circles. We need to do it better. And it hasn't been done better. How do we improve that? How does a staff member from the Destination Southern Highlands help the process through a development issue if they're not qualified through the process?
Thank you, Councillor Turlin. And Mr. Rosa, do you wish to?
No, we're in debate.
Oh, we're in debate, Councillor.
That's what I said. I don't understand why you cut me off. I was still. I mean,
well, it was question after question.
No, it wasn't. They were my statements, which
Okay. Any other speakers? Then I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Code of conduct matter. The move goes into close. Councillor Halstead.
I wish to speak on this in some detail, not lengthy. But what I'll be moving, Mr. Mayor, is that the word not be inserted between councillor and B. And the reason being
Yeah, councillor,
No, you're not going to cut me off, Mr. Mayor, because you know full well
Councillor Halstead.
the matter has to be discussed in some respect before you go into the committee. I know we can discuss in detail there, but there's a major problem with it legally. That's why I'm saying not be considered.
Councillor Halstead, please.
Yeah. Another bullying session.
I hear what you're saying.
Councillor
Well, I hope
Houston,
you do.
move an amendment, move the amendment. An amendment will fix the problem I think you've got.
Seconded by councillor Nelson. Now, councillor Halstead has said that he wishes to speak to it. It is a matter that cannot be spoken to in public. It breaches the code of meeting practice.
I'd suggest to you, Mr. Mayor, that what's recommended in their breaches the code of practice, and you know full well that's the case. It's all about the word complainants, so I'm not going to go any further into it.
Okay.
But people need to know.
Can I caution councillors, please? Can I put the recommendation, all in favour? Against?
Which is what?
In the closed committee.
Well, you failed to take on board what I said, so it doesn't matter.
All right, all in favour? Carry. 16.1, Management and Advisory Committee reports.
Happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Don't want to hear the truth.
Seconded.
Oh, God.
Councillor Halstead. Seconded by councillor Andrews. Put it, all in favour, those against, carry. Minutes of the Traffic Committee. Move councillor Halstead.
Happy to second.
Seconded councillor Nelson. Any questions in relation to the minutes of the Traffic Committee? Councillor Scanners.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note that the minutes reflect the fact that the traffic lights at Bulway Street have been removed from the Station Street project, and also that the pedestrian refuges on Kirkham Road are there. But was there any discussion about the missing pedestrian link as you come up Kirkham Road and the footpath just ends? Could I ask?
Councillor Halstead.
No, there wasn't.
Thank you.
Can I say thank you to the Traffic Committee, Councillor Halstead, in relation to page 117, item 5.8. That is Purcell and Derby Street. We had complaints there, as we know, from a couple of cars exceeding the speed limit, crashing into poles. So thank you for acting on that one quickly.
Well, that was obviously the staff doing the right thing there. They investigated it fairly quickly, Mr. Mayor, as you know.
Yep, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Nelson?
No questions, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out a couple of things that were highlighted in the report, and that's that the current amount of the taxi rank in Bongbong Street, Bowral, is justified and should be retained. And also the other important point is that there will be community engagement that is going to be undertaken with the residents and the commercial premises on Mona Road in regard to the Bowral Hospital precinct, parking and traffic management changes there. So they're both important items.
Yeah, I agree with you,
In my
Councillor. Yeah, I agree with you, Councillor Nelson. They're both very important, and thanks for that question and statements. Clearly, there needs to be a tidy up, particularly behind the hospital there. And as you made a point earlier on in discussions, that it's to some extent as a result of the state government not providing additional parking, but we've got to tidy up our own situation, and that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, that'll create how many extra spaces?
Offhand, I can't tell you without going back to the agenda, which I haven't got in front of me, Councillor Gare, but I'll pass that on to you.
Yeah,
it's not insignificant. It's not insignificant.
angle parking is very convenient, but by gee, it uses up parking spaces.
I think what the proposition is doing is sort of the first of a total solution, and solving as much as we can or maximising what we can get out of it. And I think you'd be more aware than anyone, Mr. Mayor, as to what's proposed there or has been over the years, and this is certainly a good solution.
Yep, well done. All right, put the recommendation, all in favour, again, carried. We're on the 17.1 of page 137. At the northern entrance road, we have a recommendation. Do councillor Turlin.
No, I want to, can I speak or not?
Yeah, well, I'll get a mover and seconder, and then.
No, I'm not recommending the motion that's put in front of you.
Right.
What I'm going to move is a motion, and I'll read it out to you.
Yeah, it is what you've done is a question with notice, not a notice of motion.
I get that, but you've got in front of you there at the moment a recommendation, and I'm going to move a motion, not the recommendation that's in front of you.
Well, I'll hear it before I act on it. What's the recommendation?
That the removal of the 8 western pin oaks be publicly consultation, as the public is the stakeholder, as we've just approved in the community engagement policy 12.6 on the 8th of July 2020.
I won't permit it.
You cannot not permit it, thank you very much. You can either vote for it or vote against it.
I'll give you the reasoning for not permitting it. We have a resolution on the books, and it will require a rescission motion to remove that motion. There is a resolution on the books. What you are...
I'm just asking for public consultation. I'm not asking for the changing of your resolution. It goes down the path it is. Mine is just public consultation.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
I will pass it over to staff for their comment. Mr. Paul.
Mr. Mayor, you're going to have to rule. Council currently has a resolution on its books that those pin oaks are to be removed. The General Manager needs to act on that motion. This motion will blur the lines in terms of what is it the General Manager is to do. So my advice would be to have clarity. You should have a definitive position as to whether those pin oaks are being removed, or you're going to consult before you remove. Now, at this point in time, my advice would be, if you wanted to move something along the lines of what you're suggesting, then you should have a rescission motion that then parks the current position of council and takes a different position. That's only my professional advice.
I request that my motion be put forward, and I'll read it again so it can be typed. You right?
Yes.
I can't see this. This is, anyway, it's horrible when you're trying to do it on Zoom and you can't see who's doing what and who's talking. Anyway, that the removal of the 8 pin oaks on the western side be publicly public consultation, as the public and the community are stakeholders as per the community, where is it? I'll just go back to the page. Community. Yeah, that's it. You've got it. And I'm just going to go back to get it. You've got it. Strategy 12.6 on the 8th of July 2020.
I will put that to staff for clarification as the wording has been submitted. So what is your...
Look, at the end of the day, Mr. Mayor, as I said, you're going to have to rule. My professional advice is that conflicts with council's current position, which says those pin oaks are to be taken down. So in my view, to clarify the position, the best
No,
way-
I'm just asking for public consultation. I'm not asking them to come down or stay.
Councillor Turland, you will let the staff answer them and give their professional advice.
As I said, Mr. Mayor, it's not for me to rule on this, but my professional opinion is that council currently has a definitive position that these pin oaks are coming down. Consultation suggests that is not necessarily the case, that there might be alternatives. So that would be in conflict, in my opinion. It's only my opinion. So in my view, the best way to clarify it would be for a rescission motion to remove that motion and then to have an alternative motion. But that is only my opinion.
And I think that is the way we should go, because we have a resolution on the books. So I am going to not allow that, but invite you, Councillor Turland, to put in a rescission motion to clarify the removal of those trees or not. Because we know Sydney Trains have said this is the only alternate route they will support. So I will not permit it, but I invite you to put in a rescission motion if you so wish.
Mr. Mayor, I'm calling a motion of dissent on your decision, right? I want a division on this. Thank you. It's quite a reasonable request. In fact, it's sort of almost a motion arising.
We will have a motion on a vote on my... So
Really?
moved by Councillor, excuse me. You have made a statement. I am getting clarification whether that is permittable, but I would imagine it is.
26 years on council, you'd know.
Can move a motion to dissent from the mayor's ruling. It
Yes,
needs to be
so
seconded.
I am allowing that, and it will be seconded by Councillor Turland on the, and your motion is that you are moving a motion of dissent in my ruling of not allowing a Councillor Turland's motion.
Yes, my motion arising.
Then I am putting that motion, as I have the right to do without debate. Motions of dissent do not have the right to debate. So I put it, all in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Scanlon, Councillor Turland, Councillor Housestead. Those against? Councillors Whipler, Andrews, Nelson, McLaughlin and Gare. I declare your motion defeated, and as such my ruling is carried. I'm looking for somebody to move the recommendation as printed.
Yep, I move that, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, what a shame. Public consultation out the door.
I've moved it, Mr. Mayor, that it be noted.
All in favour, please raise your hand.
Well, I would like to speak about it, Mr. Mayor.
Look, it's 20 to 7. The motion
Okay.
is completed. We got, I don't know how we are going to stop this proliferation of notices of motion and questions with dissent.
Listen to the people.
I will tell you what I am doing. I will be moving a mayoral minute or getting somebody put in a notice of motion that we review our code of meeting practice to stop this proliferation of questions with notice and notices of motion. So that's what I will be doing.
You can do it, but it'll be illegal.
It will not be illegal.
It will be illegal.
Illegal, Councillor Turland.
It will be illegal.
Questions with notice. We have the right to change our meeting code of meeting practice. Questions with notice, bench and playground at David Woods Field.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
You're moving it?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak on the item.
So is somebody going to move the recommendation?
Yeah, I did.
I'll move an amendment.
Okay, councillor Nelson is moving the recommendation with the right to speak. Do we have a second for councillor Nelson's motion? Councillor Andrews, you have the right to speak with the knowledge that councillor Turland is moving an amendment.
Right.
Amendments should be listed first before you speak.
You can move, yeah, as I say, you are moving. Councillor Nelson will have the right to speak, noting you're moving an amendment. What is your amendment?
My amendment is that the $200,000 from the voluntary planning agreement be brought forward to complete the venture park as approved by council and the developer.
There is no approved. There's no approved.
They're getting clarification from staff to make sure that that is legal. Count staff. Who's going to answer?
I can answer it.
Mr. Peck.
Through the mayor, the terms of the voluntary planning agreement are stated in the response there, which says it's a monetary contribution for the David Woods playing fields towards the embellishment of the David Wood playing fields, playground improvement and extension of the car park. So there's no agreement between the developer and council as to what that improvement to the playground would entail. That's something for council to decide. All they did was contribute a sum of money for future expenditure.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I might add to that.
And Mr. Paul.
And just to add to that, councillors, our play space strategy is out on exhibition at the moment, and it's suggesting what we call a level 2 service of play facility in that precinct there. We're waiting for community feedback on that. And that will shape the future of what sort of play facility will be developed there.
Yeah, just on that, why we are looking when things are on exhibition to bring forward a totally different idea without community input, I can't understand it. Why are we out there on community consultation? And I've just heard in the previous debate, no consultation, and yet here we are, we have something out on exhibition and we want to not have consultation. Anyway, you're right to move it, councillor Turland. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Halstead? Right. Is there need for debate? Or
Yes, there is.
Councillor Turland.
I have a copy of the VPA produced by Lindsay Taylor.
Councillor Nelson, do you wish to speak first?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Let's move on.
He can't speak first. The amendments get spoken first.
No, sorry.
No, you're wrong.
Wrong.
Okay, good luck. Here we go. A copy of the VPA I will send to all councillors. It was produced by Lindsay Taylor. It shows a venture park on the plan, clear as day, and where it was to be built. People had bought in the Fairfax estate knowing that there was money put aside and a position for a venture park. This has got nothing to do with council's strategy at the moment. This is prior to our strategy. This is an agreement between the parties that this venture park would be built, not just to shovel this money off to another area because you think it's a good thing or council staff thinks it's a good thing. This has got nothing to do with the strategy. This is an agreement between the parties and the people who bought into the Fairfax estate, let alone the issue of all the other East Barrel kids that live in that area. This should not be stopped. It should have been completed. We talk about voluntary planning agreements being a legal document between the parties. It is a document that's been approved. People in the Fairfax estate, as I said, bought into that. Their agents were telling everybody who bought there, look, this is what we're going to have down the path. It's in our agreement. And we're going to give $200,000 towards it. What are we doing? We've done nothing since 2015. This has got nothing to do with the strategy. This agreement was before the strategy was put in place. Now I can see what's going to happen. You'll vote on it and you'll keep it in the process of the strategy. But at the moment, you have a legal binding document in place that this money would be spent there.
Correct.
You can't shuffle it off somewhere else. It's illegal. It's a bit like putting traffic lights in a voluntary planning agreement in Mittagong. What was that? I can't hear you.
I said it can't be shuffled off anywhere else, and what you're saying is misleading.
It is not misleading. You have a voluntary planning agreement in place.
I will put the amendment as moved by Councillor Turl. All in favour, please raise your hand. Councillors Turl and Halstead and Scandrett. Those against? I declare the amendment lost. We move on to 17.
No, put the motion, thanks.
Put the motion. All in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Same way. 17.3, question with notice, key management personnel remuneration. Would somebody like to move the recommendation? Councillor McLaughlin, seconded Councillor Andrews.
Well, I'd like to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Well, there is a question with notice. Mr. Mooney is there, and I will take questions to Mr. Mooney before it is debated. Councillor
Mr. Mooney, could you describe why we haven't got actual figures in response to my question? Specific figures to the role of all the people in that bullet list there. What are their packages?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, simple answer. The information is provided in our general purpose financial reports. It's provided in an aggregated format, which is in accordance with the Australian accounting standards and the local government code of accounting practice. There is no reason whatsoever to provide any further detail or breakdown of those key management personnel. The contract staff, where council is required to provide a breakdown of the remuneration of each of those senior executive staff, is contained within the annual report.
Mr. Mooney.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Just for qualification here, so you're saying that residents need to look up the report to see the aggregated details that I've actually sought the precise answers to. Is that the GM's direction?
Yes, councillor, please, Mr. Mayor.
I can't see you, Madam GM.
Well, I'm here. I think you know what I look like, councillor.
No, but I can't hardly hear you, Madam GM. Could you just go closer, please?
I can hear it quite clearly.
The auditors on the weekend, I think.
I can hear as well.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the reason we provided the information in the fashion that we have is to allow any member of the community who has interest in these matters to be able to source information moving forward, not just simply provide the figures for the previous financial year, but to also disclose where it's contained within our general purpose financial reports, so that when those documents are presented to council, as they always are in October of each financial year, interested members of the community will be able to identify exactly within those statements where that information will be contained.
Mr. Mooney, I must object. I've asked for precise details and you're...
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
You have spoken to the General Manager. She has moved to the microphone so you can hear.
Thank you.
Please allow the General Manager the right to speak without interruption. Madam General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The employment arrangements for all staff are subject to our standard contract, but that information is private and personal to each individual, and it is not subject to being put out in the public domain. We are required under the Local Government Act to publish information about the total remuneration package for senior staff. There are only 3 senior staff in this organisation. One is me, the other 2 are the 2 deputy general managers. There is no requirement, and I will not be revealing information that is personal, confidential, of any other staff member.
Thank you, Madam GM. I don't think it's confidential. I think it's ratepayer information, and all those wanting to find out if there's
There is
change in remuneration since this time last year to now in the exec.
Councillor Scandrett, there is privacy of that the council is obliged to follow. Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, this matter is totally unrelated. It's a furphy. The legislation which council follows says that council advise on the general manager and deputy general manager's salary, which it does in the annual report available to councillors and members of the public. You just have to look it up, which I did. And it's the same as what every other council in New South Wales does. The question has not been asked in the interest of members of the public or council's mission or its vision or its values. It's an unreasonable, uneducated and intolerable question of the general manager that should be shown the respect that it deserves. So I ask Councillor Scandrett or I ask the councillors to vote this down and we move on to the next question.
Thank you. Is there any other area of questions on this? Then I'll put the recommendation as moved by Councillor Nelson, seconded by Councillor McLaughlin and Andrew. All in favour, please raise your hand. Those against, carry. Move on to question with notice, transport for New South Wales unclassified roads claim. From Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to the staff for the response on this. I look forward to seeing this rolled out because it's an opportunity for us to trim our responsibilities if we can get some of our roads firmly classified in there, and particularly the ones that we manage on behalf of others, e.g. Wombian Case Road. But look, I look forward to a update on this in due course, and I would hope that the staff will commit to that. And the recommendation I'd like to just add to the end of that, and that a future update be provided to council.
Then that can be added. So you're moving the recommendation in relation to it on page 142, and a further update be submitted to council once we have made the submission, or words to that effect.
That'd be fine, Mr Mayor.
Okay. And I agree with you, Councillor Scandrett. I think it would be great if we could get the state government to take back more roads, namely like Old South Road, and lo and behold, the thorn in the side, Wombian Cave Road. Okay, so subject, and who's going to second that?
Oh, I hope you would.
Council, I don't like moving or seconding from the chair, but I do occasionally. Councillor Nelson, I put it all in favour, against, carry. 75 questions with notice, Royal Commission into Natural Disaster Arrangements. So there's somebody like to move the recommendation.
I'm waiting for Councillor Turland's recommendation, please.
I've got my hand up.
Councillor Turland.
That the Royal Commission submission into national disasters and the New South Wales bushfire inquiry is a document that is 2 months late and insufficient in detail. And part 2, that the general manager be given a show cause notice.
That is not, you can't do that. That's not, I don't allow that. That is not a legal code of meeting practice.
Really? Okay. I'll check with the OLG tomorrow. That general manager provide a detailed report to why both submissions were not provided as listed above, and to the lacking of detail in this response and submission. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Seconded, Councillor Halstead.
Thank you.
Right. Then if nobody's going to speak, I will put the recommendation.
No, I'll speak.
Well, I intend to speak, even if Gary doesn't.
I'll speak.
Councillor Turlin.
Thank you very much. We know from the documents on the 28th of April that the Royal Commission into National Disasters submissions closed. It started from February. Only when I asked about the New South Wales bushfire inquiry, I'm told by council staff to Councillor Halstead that you used the same document, the one that went to the Royal Commission, to the New South Wales government, which again was 2 months late. I find it extraordinary that we look at what we have in front of us, and you all have it. It's 4 pages long. Wallandilly is over 30 pages. Shellhaven is 110. Eurobodalla is 80, and a brilliant, absolutely brilliant submission to both of the Natural Disasters Royal Commission and the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry. By the failure of this council, by not providing a reasonable document and doing it ad hoc, 4 pages, and not even dated, how do we expect that we've represented our community in a manner that we can hold our head up and say that we've done the right thing by the 80 homes that were lost, 200 buildings and 2 lives? How do we do that? Now, the blame can go multiple ways here. I understand that the Mayor and the Wallandilly Mayor sit on the same Emergency Management Committee. And I've asked for a copy of those minutes.
Sorry.
To see how many times.
Sorry, Councillor Turlin, you are wrong.
Tell me then where I'm wrong.
I am not on the Emergency Management Committee. I happen to chair the Bushfire Management Committee.
Okay, well, the Bushfire Management Committee, it's basically that what I'm saying is the case with the Wallandilly Bushfire Management Committee. We're talking about bushfires here at the moment, are we not?
Councillor Turlin, I do not have any authority other than chairing the committee of the combined bushfire and the ancillary, as Councillor Halstead knows and Councillor Whipper, of the various committees within the shires.
Okay, can I continue?
Yes, well, yes, but just get your facts right before you make public statements.
Okay, well, you've made the statement and you've corrected one word, emergency and bushfire. That's the only difference. The issue is this, and I've asked for a copy of the minutes, and it's been confirmed through Wallandilly that the Royal Commission into National Disasters and the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry is listed in those minutes. And nobody has No, you can't ding the bell now because I've been interrupted.
Councillor Turland, you have expired your time.
Well, if you didn't cut in, I wouldn't have expired my time.
Then if you do not get your facts right, then you will not have the time. If you're going to make false allegations and comments.
It's not allegations. You knew about the 2 inquiries. You never did anything either.
Oh,
it's in the minutes.
Councillor Turland.
It's in the minutes.
Good.
You failed the community.
Thank you. Councillor Halstead.
Yeah, I intend to speak on it. I'm not going to be long-winded, but I intend to say what I have to say, and that is I'm appalled having regard to the seriousness of bushfires in this shire, which I'd imagine all ratepayers agree with, and that is that we haven't responded to either properly or timely within the right period of time to the National Natural Disaster Royal Commission. That's the first one that start open on the 20th of February. And they're still taking, well, in fact, supposed to have concluded on the 31st of August 2020, but are still taking submissions. But the important one is the New South Wales Bushfire Commission of Inquiry, which opened on the 9th of February. It's unfortunate there's two running together, but the other one covers all disasters or all matters, bushfire, flood, drought, etc. But it's very disappointing to get a document that's 3 pages or thereabouts long, submitted after the date. And I must say, like, as a representative of the community, forget the council a bit, just a representative of the community, to think that we haven't put in a submission of any great validity, in my opinion. Someone's making a noise, I don't know who it is, what the name of the game there is. But I think Gary's already made reference to other councils, but you've got massive submissions to both by Eurobodalla, Blue Mountains, Bega Valley, Shoalhaven and Wallandilly. Now, all of those councils have put in, quite frank, what I consider very responsible reports. And they're not full of waffle, they're full of fact. Obviously, the Royal Commission, in terms of the natural disasters, is going to require, and it has, more detail. Obviously, it covers more than just bushfires, but even in the case of submissions to the bushfire inquiry, for example, Shoalhaven was 80 pages. Wallandilly, I haven't got that figure, but I'm sure it's quite extensive as well. I've seen it, but I couldn't find the electronic version today. But it just appalls me to think that, anybody could try and be evasive in terms of this not happening. I mean, Gary's concern, quite frank, is a real concern, and I would suggest it's a concern of particularly all those bushfire fighters and those that lost their houses. Quite frank, I'll sum up or finish by saying, in my opinion, it's gross mismanagement and reprehensible behaviour that we didn't do a more comprehensive report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McLaughlin and then Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I sympathise with what Councillor Turland has put forward, and to a certain extent, I agree. But I must say, I have. Excuse me, Councillor Halstead. Did you want to say something?
No, carry on. You got the floor.
Thank you. Look, I have read the report, and I thought what came through highlighted what worked and what didn't work. It wasn't extensive, but it did cover, I think, a lot of the points that you would expect it to cover. It is disappointing that it did not come through on time and be put in. I know you were disappointed, Mr. Mayor. I think we're all disappointed. It was an oversight somewhere. But I think, we did put in a submission, even though it was late. It is unfortunate. I don't know if there's any point now in going back in hindsight. And I think in future, we will expect better and more prompt response. And we did get a response that did go through. So it is going through to the Royal Commission. Unfortunately, it's late. It's not massive, but I think it covers the points about how council feels about how the operations were conducted. As I said, what worked and what didn't work, and how council can conduct itself in that situation when there is a massive catastrophe and a bushfire. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Scandrett, then Councillor Whipper.
Mr. Mayor, I was gobsmacked when I found out that we hadn't made that submission, and then the other one. I'm gobsmacked that we only put in a very brief document and the same one for both. This was our life as councillors and staff for many months this year, and the community was heavily involved. The bushfire brigades, the RFS, all of the emergency service personnel, and we didn't have a submission in. Now, I'd like the general manager to say here now what happened.
We are in debate, so
I'm asking you to make an exception because that's what turned up on the headlines.
There is a councillor notice on the it's been moved. Councillor, are you going to keep speaking or have you finished?
No, I was just going to show this headline on a local paper which said bushfire Bungle. I can't disagree.
Thank you. Councillor Whipper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm not going in and looking to attribute blame, but in this instance, I will support the motion because I would appreciate a report. There could be good reasons why we missed the timeline to prepare a report. I think it's something that is of importance, and I wish that this could have been held in a briefing session or a different forum rather than making accusations and attributing blame. But nevertheless, I think a report would be of value to councillors so that we do have an understanding as to why the timeline wasn't met. And also just to see that the submissions we have put in are being accepted and taken seriously. So in this instance, I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whipper. I'll make a comment before you'll write a reply, Councillor Turlin. Look, there will be no reason that I'm going to support this in regards to just to clear the air, as Councillor Whipper has said. Councillor McLaughlin is right in relation to what he said in the report. It covered the issues, and as I said to the radio, if the Royal Commission wants it to be, any points need to be expanded on in the submission, then they will allow council to make comment. But sometimes less is better. And sometimes 35-page documents or whatever can be summed up succinctly and easily. So I will support the recommendation as such, and that to clear the air, and let's move on. And I note the comments the councillors have made. Councillor Turlin.
When you read the document that we've put forward, how do we go to the government and go, we need some money to upgrade some of the issues that we've faced over the bushfire season? Like, for instance, the power was turned off at Hilltop. We know that. And the reservoir nearly ran dry. So could we not go for some big diesel generators at the next fire season to make sure it doesn't happen again? Where's that in this report? It's not there. The tankers at Wingelow on the railway line, fantastic initiative. But they should be there at the next fire season and beyond. It came in after the event. It's not in this document. We go to communication problems between the staff and the Rural Fire Service, and even to the point of the Mittagong Airfield moving the major centre, or whatever it was, command centre, from Picton to Mittagong. Fantastic move. It's not in this document. Nothing. Evacuation areas and roads. There's nothing in this document that says we need $5 million to fix a road to make sure we have clear evacuation routes to get the people out. We moved people from Mittagong to Moss Vale when the fire came from the north, and then we moved them from Moss Vale back to Mittagong when the fire came from the south. Extraordinary. No, nothing in this document. The Wombian Cave Road, which has failed now after the fires, it's not our responsibility, but it could be a major evacuation route for those people who live down that area. We might have been able to go for government grants to fix the damn thing, but no, it's not in our document. Road closures. Nobody knew what was going on. Nobody. It was a mess. Now, council staff might say it wasn't a mess, but when you speak to some of the staff, it was a mess. Palapa water. We're told we spent $1 million of our money on drinking water to put bushfires out. Where's that in this document? Nothing. Now, we should be reimbursed for that by Sydney Water. We buy the water off it, we treat it, then we put a bushfire and it runs back down through the creek and we buy it back again. Where's that in this document? We should be, as the community, reimbursed. The water tankers breaking into our water supply through the fire hydrants. A lot of controversy there. There were some people arguing the point that they had the right to take the water anyway. Now, we know that is the case, but there was no system to say who had the right to take the water and who didn't. You can go on, but it's not in this document.
Thank you, Councillor.
The bell hasn't gone yet, thank you very much.
Guys, you've been speaking for 3 minutes.
3 or 4?
The recommendation as moved by Councillor Turlin. All in favour, please say aye. Aye, Councillor carried. We move on to 17.6, question with notice, local strategy, strategic planning statements, and the Winter Carriby local housing statement. The recommendation is that it be noted. Move that way.
I'll move that way. I need a seconder.
Councillor Nelson, Councillor, happy with that? Then Councillor Kendrick.
I'd like to speak to it, Mr. Mayor.
Has the right to speak. It's his motion.
Thank you. And I note the comment from the staff, but I just wanted to stress the point that I'm really disappointed in a process that doesn't allow what I believe to be procedural fairness. Now, it's a process where councillors are elected representatives that do represent the community and have a right to look at opportunities to rescind motions, and that process is open to all councillors. Now, at 3 o'clock on the following day of this motion being passed, I rang to inquire because there were 3 councillors that were prepared to put in a rescission motion to bring back for debate. I was told that it had already been our local housing strategy and local strategic planning strategy had already been uploaded to the Department of Planning's portal website, thus taking away any democratic opportunity of elected councillors to put in a rescission motion. Now, I've heard Councillor Turlin going on all night about community consultation. This forms part of that. This is the process. Now, talking about community consultation, and I hope that Councillor Turlin, and I'm sure is very genuine, but when we pointed out during the debate around Robertson that only 25% of people supported the motion to include a greenfield site, the councillor said, oh, well, yeah, we've had consultation, but you didn't listen to it. So I hope that's not the sort of consultation that Councillor Turlin's been raving on about all night. So back to the point. This is a process where I feel that councillors have been refused procedural fairness. Simple as that. We all are entitled to that. The community is entitled to that. I note the recommendation to note it, so we note it. But I don't know. See, there's no opportunity to put in a rescission motion, councillors. There's no opportunity to put any alternative motion other than the one that's before us. So I just wanted to take the opportunity, and I feel a little bit, what can I say, like I'm imposing on this, you know, question with notice, a little dance that's been going on between a couple of councillors. I almost feel, you know, like I should apologise for intervening in, you know, this little dance that's happening between some of the councillors. But I am, because I'm genuinely concerned that we have been denied procedural justice. If that's not worth acknowledging, then I may as well hang up my hat at this point in time. That's it, councillors.
Yeah, I take what you say, Councillor Whipper. The only thing to, it wasn't all uploaded. My understanding that it was in the process, but it had been commenced. The only salving of how I know you feel, because you were very passionate on the night about it, is that there was absolutely no give from the planning or the minister, who was approached by other councils in relation to this. And I think I circulated to all councillors the response from Linda Scott. And I think there was some council out west that had done that, or other council done the same thing. So I understand your feelings. I don't know whether it would have made any difference to the end result. But thank you for at least being civil on your response. Councillor.
Well, it is Kindness Week, Councillor, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
It is Kindness Week. I'm just reminding councillors that it is Kindness Week. I practice what I preach.
Good on you. Well, there's
so do a lot of others.
Councillor Turlin, Scandrett, Nelson.
Well, Councillor Whippet, maybe you didn't see when we actually put it out on exhibition. It's been out on exhibition for quite a long time. There was a lot of consultation. Just because Robertson, and only Robertson, was the only one that you actually put a defence up to stop, I find it extraordinary. When there was huge consultation for the whole. I can't. Who's saying what? What's happening here? Who's talking?
I am on saying, can we keep personalities out of it?
But you're allowed a few minutes ago for me to be denigrated, and you said nothing.
Only one way, mate.
You then jump on me.
Okay. Have you finished?
And if it's fair for one, it's fair for all. Now, as I was saying, Robertson is not just the one spot that we can't have any growth. It's right through the Shire. We have to share the load. And if you look at about consultation, yes, I'm up for consultation. And Mr. Whipper, Councillor Whipper, I'm very much up for consultation, of which we've had none on the Pin Oaks at all. None. Councillor McLaughlin sits on the Heritage Committee and heritage everywhere, and he's happy to knock down 8 trees with no consultation. This particular document we're talking about went on consultation. And if you might remember, back in the earlier days, I was the one that put the recommendation to go to Linda Scott to get help to give the extension of time. Consultation is big on my list. It seems to be forgotten on others only when they wish. Councillor Whipper never mentioned any other parts in the Shire but Robertson. Why is Robertson so special? It is no different than other areas. It will die a natural death if you don't have a small amount or a reasonable amount of growth. But no, not in my backyard. Can't have it. Ridiculous. We did plenty of consultation. The staff did a good job. And that's where it should stop. You brought back a lemon, Councillor Whipper. It's a lemon.
Thank you, Councillor Turlin. Councillor Scandrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The regret I have is that whilst it was flagged to staff that a rescission motion would be coming in, two matters, being Robertson and Colovale, that like Councillor Whipper, we found out that things had moved on rather urgently that Thursday morning. And I had contacted the staff to say that a rescission motion was being organised. We had a technical problem. Councillor Whipper couldn't sign it because the document that was sent to him wouldn't print. And Councillor McLaughlin also had a technical issue who was also going to sign it. So had all that happened as it might have if the technology had worked, no argument with that, that rescission motion would have been on the desk much earlier in the day. So here we are trying to exercise the responsibility that the stakeholders, the residents have put in us at a time when consultation was less than good, in my opinion. The COVID-19 matter intervened. And people also, I think, were a bit shell-shocked with all that was going on. For example, Mr. Mayor, we didn't get decent consultation in Colovale up there because of all that. So I'm really concerned about this. I do want to ask a question, if I may, and that is through you, Mr. Mayor, would a rescission motion now on Robertson and another rescission motion now on Colovale take effect? Maybe the question is for Mr. Pepping.
No, I'm not going to take the question. We're in debate, and as such, you can speak to the staff afterwards.
I will. I'll finish up then, just to say that I believe that it's quite reasonable for us to upload a further amendment to the department, having satisfied their 30th of June deadline by some 6 days. Amazing we could get that out when we couldn't get the bushfire thing. But anyway, but to vary what was put up to pull those two down. Thank you.
All right. Look, I'm going to put the councillors, not that I'm trying to gag you, it's 7:20. If you see the 6, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 notices the motion to go. And one of them is in relation to Redford Park. Can I suggest we vote on this, get this out of the way, that the recommendation as moved by councillors Whipper and Nelson, that it be noted, and we try and we move on to 18.1, because we will have to go into closed committee. Fine. So I'll put the recommendation as moved by councillors Whipper and second councillor Nelson. All in favour?
Aye.
Aye, carried. Question 17.7. Question with Notice Park at Mittagong to replace 70 barrel station contingency spaces.
Mr. Mayor, weren't you going to move on to 18.1?
I'm trying to find a good part, and is there any need to debate the answers being given?
Well, Mr. Mayor, seeing it's my question, I would like to have my moment in there. And if
minimise it.
This meeting is going to run out of time, which clearly it is. I can see you're fairly laid back about that. Anyway, Of course, this was a pretty important question just to answer numerous questions coming from the public out there, which a number of you saw. There were submissions and so on, even on the budget about some of these things. So we've now identified that we're not having to buy the land for the proposed Mittagong car park that's going to replace the car park we're going to destroy at Bowral Station. The fact of the matter is that we are going to be given that on a peppercorn by the sound of it. But we're going to spend up to $1 million on that, which is another budget blowout. That probably, I would say to you, wasn't really needed for Bowral. Now, certainly Mittagong commuters with Natai Ponds and other Renwick and other estates, there's a growing population there that might want to use the train. So that's a separate benefit. But and we've got state government and federal government building new station parking at MacArthur and Campbelltown, a total of 1,000 spaces. So, Mr. Mayor, the MOU is the big question in that. What stage is it at?
Can I, look, you have debated a point and I have not, you didn't get a second. Who is seconding, Councillor?
Oh, well, Mr. Mayor, I haven't finished. I just was responding to the motion. Okay, my recommendation is that the council be promptly informed as to when, the MOU is expected to be signed on Station Street.
Don't know.
I believe I have a seconder there with Councillor Turland, and I don't think it's unreasonable for me to ask that the public do find out promptly, in other words, in the next couple of days, when the staff expect to sign that MOU.
So do I. I'd love to know.
Well, good.
It's a crucial date, Mr.
Support.
Thank you. Okay, any further debate? Then I put the recommendation, all in favour.
Aye.
Carried. Move on to 18.1. Notice of rescission motion, development application.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I don't need to speak very long on this.
Don't speak at all.
Well,
I think
I'll just speak
minimise.
very quickly. Say, since last time, Mr. Mayor, and this is not.
Seconder. Who's seconding it? Councillor.
Or Councillor Scandred, whichever.
Whatever.
Okay. Can I speak to it, Mr. Mayor, quickly?
You can speak.
Thank you. I've put in this rescission motion, and in the interim, we have received some legal advice to all councillors with regard to this matter. We've heard from Mr. Alan Robinson with regard to that. We've heard from the developer. We have also received, I believe, over 100 signed petitions, and that includes people that have got dual occupancies there, but do not want to see subdivisions on small lots. So, councillors, I leave it with you. I don't need to speak any longer. Three times or 4 times we've voted as the consent authority to not approve this for very good, sound reasons. And the community is watching this. Now, there's still 11 corner blocks to be developed, and I'm asking you now to just consider that and to support this motion. The only one I would like to add at the end, number 10, is inconsistency with the Bowral DCP, item number 10.
Can't do it, I'm afraid.
Can't do it? Okay, I'll leave it as is then.
Councillor Nelson, Turland.
Turn on. The reasons for refusal, bulk and scale. If you look at last week's business paper, page 8. This is council staff saying this. Bulk and scale, unsubstantiated. All of the measurements required to relate to the physical form of development are within the scope of the development control plan. Next one, out of character, unsubstantiated, not supported for any reasons in view. Council staff statements. Number 3, not in the public interest. Council staff statements is unsubstantiated and it complies with all requirements of the planning controls. It's council staff saying it. You go to the next item of why you guys have refused it, and it goes on to say, inconsistent with the aims and objectives of the planning panel. Unsubstantiated, council staff said. And they go on to say, but it is more important to note that the Section 80AB instrument relates to the land does not require any approval from any design panel in order to lodge a development application. That's not the developer's problem. That's the Fairfax for not getting their document right. It is inappropriate for this to be included in any reason for refusal of the development. It's clear that the planning proposal, the planning panel have no relevance. The DCP and the LEP overrules it all. The next part, increase in traffic, same thing. Unsubstantiated. No government documents, no traffic studies, unsubstantiated, no reason for refusal, council staff say. You go on to the next one. Setting a precedent, unsubstantiated, is not a valid reason for refusal, council staff. Number 7, inconsistent with the original subdivision, again, council staff. Unsubstantiated, not a valid reason for refusal. The estate does not overrule planning legislation. So all the reasons why you put forward 5 times now, Councillor McLaughlin and others, the council staff have rebutted each one of them 5 times. How does council staff stand up in court when they wrote this document saying all the issues for refusal do not have any grounds? You will waste public money. You talk about getting an increase and putting it in your pocket, and here we are, we're going to waste a lot of money for no reason. It's not my fault, nor the others, and even the community up there, that the estate didn't get their planning documents correct. If they didn't want it, they should have had it in the right form. It's not anybody else's fault. It's not.
Councillor Talbot. Thank you. I think, as Councillor McLaughlin said, I will put the
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I think I should speak on this matter, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
And I
will, as soon as we do this, I'm going to ask for an extension of time. Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Nelson.
Look, Mr. Mayor, this matter's always worried me, but I've held the principle of what the staff approve. I agree with them on the basis of not costing the ratepayer any undue legal costs. Mr. Alan Robinson forwarded to all councillors a copy of the legal advice in relation to this development, and councillors have just yesterday received a petition of 110 residents of the Fairfax estate supporting the legal challenge. I've also received representation by way of correspondence from the applicant in detail and the 2 adjoining owners affected by this development proposal. That is, 2 houses on a corner block which should have only 1 house constructed and can have a granny flat attached if needed. I had to weigh up all those issues, and doing so, consider that it's appropriate to take this matter to the Land and Environment Court for a determination, particularly having regard to the legal advice and the petition. Now, in doing so, I'm going to be incurring a cost to council of some $40,000 to $80,000, which when you divide by 15,000 residential houses in the Shire, equates to about $5 or less to get a determination in the Land and Environment Court. But at the back of my mind is when council pursued the matter of a water bottling manufacturing company at Bundanoon on behalf of the Bundanoon residents. And that council challenge cost the ratepayer $600,000 in legal costs. So I don't feel so bad about this challenge. I also considered that the Coalvale development application and this development application are different. So I feel justified in my determination in letting this matter go through to the keeper and be determined in the Land Environment Court. So I've changed my mind, Mr Mayor, and I'm supporting the rescission motion.
Okay. So I think Councillor Whipper, what we're going to vote on now is whether the rescission motion will come forward. And then you can, I think I know the numbers, and then you will have the right to speak, or do you want to speak now?
Look, look, I'll say a few words if I can, Mr Mayor. I haven't changed my position on this. I stand by the fact that people bought into that estate in good faith. They signed a contract, which was, I believe, binding, at least by conscience. I understand the developer's right to come back and put his case, and I hold no animosity to the developer for doing that. But my position hasn't changed. And in a lot of ways, when we've got residents that bought into an estate with a certain expectation, feeling aggrieved, I can understand that. And to receive 110 submissions or from residents would be a form of consultation. So I think in terms of consultation, this is our chance as councillors to listen to that consultation. Now, I'll cut it very brief, Mr Mayor. I'll finish there because I think some of us need to go home, take a good Bex and have a good lie down.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Whipper. I'll put the motion is initially to rescind the motion that was passed. So all in favour that the motion be rescinded, please raise your hand. Councillor Skinner, Whipper, Nelson, McLaughlin, 2, 4. Okay. Those against that have been brought forward. Councillors Gare, Andrews and Turler.
Councillor Housestead, are you voting?
We can't hear Councillor Housestead.
I will put the vote again. All those in favour of the rescission motion, the motion being rescinded, raise your hand. Councillors Scandron, Whipper, McLaughlin and Nelson. Those against? Councillors Gare, Andrews, Halstead and Turley. For all, for the sake of democracy, I will use my casting vote to allow it to come forward. So the vote is now, it will come forward, and I would suggest that what are you putting up as the rescission motion has come forward. So what is your rescission motion?
Refusal.
A refusal.
So then rescinding the approval, and now they want to put
It's in the business paper, Mr Mayor.
Wait a minute. Are you saying the mayor used his casting vote for the rescission motion?
I don't know what you meant by
I'm
that.
sorry, I might have had a long day here. I will not use my casting vote to rescind the decision of council last week.
So it's for all, mayor's casting vote.
Yes, I will cast it in favour, and I will explain my reason in using the casting vote. And the reasoning is there is two issues here. One is a planning matter and one is a covenant matter. The covenant matter was put on by private individuals, not council. If council had been part of that covenant, then I would be supporting the refusal. But council is not party to it, and as such, if the matter goes forward, there will be, the developer will have to be upholding the covenant. I am voting on the planning principle, and it has been read out as such that it meets all the planning principles. Now, the DCP, has been pointed out, is a guidance to all DAs. At the end of the day, if we drive down a highway and there's an advisory sign that says 50 Ks, and does that mean you have to slow to 50 Ks? It's an advisory sign. The rule of the road says 100. So you can take the advisory sign, or you can uphold the rules of the road and do the speed. So working on the same aspect, I do not believe the council has a call in the court to have this refused. So as such, I use the casting vote in favour of the DA. I declare, so in that case, the rescission motion is defeated. I'm looking for an extension of time.
I'm going to take it.
There, now I'll put the vote now to the final. All in favour of the recommendation?
That's fine.
Doesn't really matter.
I've got the casting vote.
I have the casting. I've just been advised that it doesn't have to be put up. So I'm looking for a recommendation for an extension to 8 o'clock. Move councillor Turlin, second councillor Halstead. Now have a recommendation. Put that all in favour. Against carried. I want a recommendation to go into closed. And before that, to defer the remaining notices of motion.
Move that way.
To the Turlin, that the remaining items be deferred until the next meeting. I put that all in favour. Against carried. And to go into closed, move councillors Halstead and I think it was Turlin. Put that all in favour. Then we go into closed, carried. We are now in closed. Thank you.